Hello, testing. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Riesci a sentirci?
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Daniela Coleman. I'm the Director of Admissions and Recruiting here at SAIS Europe, and we're delighted to have you join us today. We also have participants joining us online, so that's why I have a microphone. I don't usually need a microphone to project, but I'm going to ask my colleagues, my faculty members, when they speak, to use the microphone so that our participants online can join us. We're delighted to have you with us for the day. This is the room where the majority of the day will transpire, apart from classroom visits. And so, oh, you can hear me? That's okay. So this is going to be a pretty interactive session. We are going to have a faculty panel this morning moderated by our director, Professor Plummer, and any professor of international economics, and he'll introduce our fellow faculty. We'll then have a chance for you to ask all your questions, but we're excited to have you with us today. It's going to be a long day, so if you do need to use the restrooms, it's on this floor, but we promise to feed you, and you'll have a great opportunity not only to meet with our faculty, but students, and hear from our career services and student life. So I'm delighted to have you, and I'm actually going to ask now Professor Plummer to kick off the morning session. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone, to a beautiful Bologna morning. I wish we could have arranged better weather for you. How many people are based here in Bologna? How many are based elsewhere in Italy? So I'm looking at the residual. You must be coming from somewhere else. How many are coming from the rest of Europe? Anybody from the United States? How about Uganda? Is anyone from Uganda? New Zealand. Anybody from New Zealand? Well, aren't you from New Zealand?
Yes.
There you go. Okay, great. Anyway, welcome everyone. And just to give you, I thought I'd just say a few words about SAIS before I open it up to my colleagues. SAIS aims to be the best professional graduate school in international relations in the world. Punto e basta. Okay? Our mission is to educate and to train future leaders in business, government, diplomacy, multilateral institutions, NGOs, and to address 21st century global challenges. And let's face it, the challenges of the 21st century are all global, right? So I think that our mission is increasingly relevant despite some of the things we hear from some of our statespeople in the United States and elsewhere. SAIS accomplishes this mission with different types of programs, with 1- and 2-year programs. Our flagship MA degree is a two-year program, which can be done either with 2 years in Washington or 1 year in Bologna and 1 year in Washington. Obviously, the people on this panel would all agree that the latter approach is best, doing Bologna the year first, but of course it depends on your goals. But we really think that this is a very useful sort of combination of a year addressing global issues with mostly European faculty, and then doing a year in DC and doing it with US faculty. So that's been something we've been doing for a very long time. SAIS just celebrated 75 years, by the way. And as I'll mention in a few minutes, we're celebrating 65 years. So we've been doing this for a long time. I personally haven't been doing it for that long, but okay. We also have a 2-year MAIA degree that's based here in Bologna, which is a research-focused degree that allows for a bit more flexibility to students to choose the academic path that they would like to follow. And that program is also, obtainable in 1 year here in Bologna through one of our collaborative programs. So some of you may be aware that we have a relationship with the University of Bologna and several other universities, in which case one does the first year of the MAIA at that institution and the second year here. Okay. We also have 1-year degrees, both here and in Washington. The Master of International Public Policy is a degree that's offered in both places. That's a mid-career degree, and it doesn't look like a lot of you would be mid-career, but that's always one option. Here in Bologna, we have a Master of Global Risk, which is a one-year degree, and the academic director is to my right, Filippo Taddei. And we are launching a new Master of European Public Policy one-year degree. That is as academic director, Michael Lee, who will be speaking also later. Also in Washington, D.C., there's a Master of International Economics and Finance, which is a very sort of econ finance intensive degree that's done in 12 months in Washington, D.C. So these are all the menu of degrees that we offer at SAIS, all with the same sort of general goal to educate leaders for the 21st century, to excel in international careers, giving you the tools that you need to do this, from languages to economics, from history to statistics, and from conflict negotiations to finance. We'll be hearing about a lot of these topics later from my colleagues, and I'm sure that you've spent some time on our website looking to see what we've offered, but please don't be shy in asking your questions. As you all know, fortune favors the bold. Okay. But before I hand the floor over to my colleagues, I just want to say a few words about Bologna. Some of you who live in Bologna know all of this, but Bologna is home to 90,000 students and hosts the oldest university in Europe, probably the oldest continually functioning university in the world. So it's a very much an academic town. It isn't really touristy. It's been able to maintain its character over all these years, and so it's a really great place to live with cultural openness, and of course the food is pretty good too here in Bologna. It's also, for students that are interested in international relations, it's also extremely well placed at the heart of Europe, but also at the heart of the Mediterranean. And it's very easy to access North Africa, even Africa, the Middle East, as well as the rest of Europe from here. And so having that access is really important, and we try to take advantage of it. Students here at SAIS will go on 6 career treks to London and Geneva and elsewhere in Europe, doing study trips throughout Italy, through further east in Europe, and also elsewhere, depending on the year. And of course, there are internships that are offered here and that students do in the summer. So there's a lot of things that one can do here. And I want to emphasize, though, that it's an academic institution. The professors here are all focused on their research. We have 40 adjunct professors that we bring in from throughout Europe to add to our curriculum to teach courses here. We have a very strong resident faculty, and as you'll hear, also resident faculty in languages. And so we really pride ourselves on that research component, even though we are a professional school. So it's also a great community to be part of. We try to celebrate diversity here in all of its many forms, and literally in all of them. And so students, when they're here, they work in a very tight environment. They work together, study together, travel together. And so you get these links that are forged that last forever. And it's not just the cohort that you're here with. You also have this connection with our over 8,000 alumni throughout the world, who, after they study here for a year, we call them Bolognesi. I don't know if that's going to offend any of the Bolognesi here, but that's what they call themselves. And you're able to tap into that network. And that's very important from social point of view, from a career point of view. And it's something that is very important, attractive part of what we offer to our students. I mentioned that we have our 65th anniversary that's coming up. We have a lot of events that are being organized around it. We actually didn't open up in this building. We started in 1961. In 1955, it opened up at the University of Bologna, via Trombetti, and it was established through cooperation between the rector of the University of Bologna at the time, Felice Battaglia, Felice Battaglia, yeah.
Don't look at me, I
And-
wasn't there.
That's, yeah. And yeah, well, you grew up pretty close, so I figured. Uh, and Grove Haynes, who was the founder of what was called the Bologna Center at the time, and it sort of grew from there. So we've always had these very, very close links to the University of Bologna throughout time. And this year we're going to be having some major events. For example, we have an alumni weekend where we'll probably have 500 or 600 alumni will come back, and keynote address by Federica Mogherini, who may be known to some of you, who is the outgoing foreign minister of the European Union and former minister of finance, minister of foreign affairs here in Italy. So we'll be doing a lot of things going through time, and even if you're based here in Bologna, you're of course welcome to come and participate. So in any event, I just think that it's very important when you're here, even though you're not here very long, and some of you are here virtually, that you sort of take advantage of the presence of the faculty and the staff to answer any questions that you might have of any nature. And as much as possible, we'll try to answer them. We don't know, for example, who's going to win on December 12th in the UK, even though you might want to ask Professor Jones if he's got an inside story, or Professor Lee. But anything we can answer, we will. Okay, so let me hand over the mic to my colleagues. Everyone, if you could sort of summarize your remarks in 5 minutes. I mean, a true 5 minutes. Usually when you give a time limit to an academic, it's actually meaningless. But, hopefully we can keep it tight so that we can, open up the floor to any questions that the students may have, the students in front of us, or those that are attending virtually. Okay, so without further ado, Filippo, do you want to kick us off?
So as you heard from Mike, we do our best here to channel in the best way the studies of international affairs are broadly defined, and an essential component of that work has to do with one of the founding traits of our intellectual identity here. Across the School of International Affairs, we're possibly the one that emphasizes the most the importance of economics. Not because we believe that economics is the end of it, but rather the beginning, so that you must have a solid understanding of the fundamental incentives, the fundamental trade-off, if you want to dwell further into international affairs, whether you care about the future of energy, a specific region of the world. It boils down often to economics, some economic condition, economic constraint. Obviously, today I don't need to make a very strong motivation of why we live in a moment of very high economic volatility. That economic volatility it's condensed at two levels. One is fundamental, things are happening, and the other one is policy. Policy are far more volatile today than they have ever been in the recent past. And this volatility, this policy volatility is especially important because it involves the two dimensions that we focus on the most. One is trade policy, obviously, and the other one has to do with the benefit or the cost of financial integration. We should not give for granted the kind of world, the economy where we live in today. It's very special in historical perspective. This is possibly the area of most intense globalization from an economic point of view that we have ever had. There is actually a debate in economic, in the economic profession regarding whether this is the time or the end of the 19th century was the time. But irrespective of that, we are clearly living in economies that are far more dependent on one another. So now, having a solid understanding of that dependence, whether we're talking about trade, whether we're talking about finance, is essential to understand everything else. And that's actually what we try to do here. That's why, you can escape from a lot of things here at the school. You can escape from regions that you don't care about, topics you don't care about, but you cannot escape from economics, because it's something, I'm sorry, this is something that you have to do if you join SAIS. But just because we believe in it, okay? Not, the school is built under an interdisciplinary premise, okay? So we believe in the value of connecting different analytical tools. But we also believe that one of these tools, the essential and necessary that you cannot escape from, is precisely economic, okay? And the advantage, if you want, of being here in Bologna is that you can see, you can look at the perspective on the most important economic topic, think about trade policy or think about financial integration from two different point of views that are both experimenting, their policy innovation on two sides of the Atlantic. Obviously, the Eurozone is built on the premise that financial trade and financial integration is actually conducive to a lot of further advancement. And on the other side of the Atlantic, the current administration in the U.S. is playing very harshly with the role of trade policy. So being at a school where you can spend 1 year here and 1 year there, you clearly have a very privileged point of view in actually observing at this conversation from 2 points of view. Not because, some of the issues are interesting per se, are approached analytically in the same way, but the policy point of view is affected obviously by the place you are in, and we are in Europe, and our colleagues are in DC. In the Master in Global Risk, which is a 1-year master hosted here entirely here on the Bologna campus, we kind of leveraged another dimension of the intellectual identity of the school, which is combining the analysis of economic risk, strictly speaking, so the thing that people like Mike and I would be dealing with as economists, with political risk, okay? And trying to combine a program where students are asked not just to identify what happens at a fundamental level, but also in the economy, but also connect that with the political process first by conceptualizing the different risk factor in the political process. That's actually what Eric does in his course, then talking about political risk at a domestic level, then talking about political risk in the geopolitical level. Okay? But you see, if you look at the Master of Global Risk, really the idea there is to combine, to actually facilitate that interdisciplinary analysis that we believe is so much of an important trait of your professional development at the school and most importantly after it. I don't know whether I stayed in the 5 minutes, but kind of worked.
Filippo, you were absolutely impeccable. And I think this is great that you're here to witness this. Right? I should have mentioned that, we sort of have kind of a close, intimate environment here. We're not used to introducing each other. So you have everybody's bios in front of you in your folders. But I should have said that Filippo is not only the academic director of the major degree, but also the director of the Bologna Institute for Policy Research, which essentially is our web page that sort of trumpets our faculty accomplishments and what's going on here in terms of our seminar series. We bring in every year. We have about at least 50 specialists that come in and academics that give talks on various topics. And so Filippo does that as well as teaching a full load of economics, and you can tell he's still very young. So next to my right is Nina Hall, who's assistant professor of international relations.
Thank you. Welcome all. It's wonderful to see you, and I'm excited to hear your interests and questions and queries and what you're curious about studying here. So as Professor Plummer already mentioned, I'm the Assistant Professor of International Relations, and I'm going to speak briefly about studying global politics, which all of you will do in some shape or form, regardless of the program you take here, and specifically around international relations, given I'm the professor of that. So as you may be aware already, at SAIS you can specialize in a number of thematic areas. In addition to economics, you can take a number of different policy areas like energy and the environment, conflict management, international law, international organizations, strategic studies, global history. And these are all important thematic areas which I think are really critical to have an in-depth understanding of, in addition to what my colleagues will talk about in terms of languages and regional studies. I think one of the reasons to think about the thematic areas that SAIS offers a lot of depth in is that increasingly jobs are being people are being hired for professional jobs based on thematic expertise, whether it be on climate change, the climate negotiations just kicking off today, or conflict management, or a number of the others I've mentioned. And I want you to realize, if you're curious of any of those that I've mentioned today, that we have a real depth of expertise, both here in Bologna and in DC, on a number of areas, important areas in global policy. So here in Bologna, we have Professor Justin Frosini, who teaches international law, Professor Mancini and Professor Penincino, who are working on questions around international human rights law, multiculturalism and women's rights. So to give you a tangible example, in the Bologna Institute for Policy Research 10 days ago, we had a woman theologian from Lebanon talking about an Islamic, a feminist interpretation of the Quran. And so that was an event hosted by Professor Mancini, where students sitting in your position were hearing this extremely interesting conversation from a woman who works in Lebanon on these questions, and was also talking about the revolution, as she called it, that's currently happening in Lebanon. So that's one area. On energy and environment, we have people like Simone Tagliapetra, Marco Dell'Aquila examining how do we tackle climate change, how do we reshape the global energy sector to be more environmentally sustainable. Students in March this year who are taking the ERE, the Energy, Resources and Environment major, will be going, some of them are going to the Maldives to understand how the Maldives, a small island state, is coping with climate change. And we'll be meeting a number of policy experts and to understand their situation there. Then conflict management, we have Rafael Del Sarto, who works on how do we foster peace in the Middle East, especially in Palestine and Israel, which is a question with ongoing relevance. So you get a sense that here is somewhere you can come and study a range of areas. We are in Europe, and there's a great depth of expertise on European studies, which I'm sure you'll hear from my fellow colleagues later. But I think you should also realize there's a lot of depth of expertise, both research and policy expertise on a number of other areas. I wanted to speak briefly to international relations as a discipline per se, partly because I'm the professor of that, and partly because I think it's a really interesting litmus test for seeing how both the practice and the scholarship and how SAIS is changing and how SAIS is keeping up with that. So a quick question, how many of you have studied international relations before? Okay, quite a few of you. And how many of you, sorry, those of you who are attending, I can't see your hands, attending via the virtually. And how many of you think international relations is principally about war and peace? Right, none of you, which is interesting, right? If you'd asked that question 50 years ago, the discipline of international relations would have been defined predominantly by studying matters of war and peace. And it was once equated with these big questions of how do you stop mostly European as well as North American powers going to war with each other. But today, the study of international relations as a whole is proliferated. So if you go to any of the major conferences, like the International Studies Association, which is one of the major international relations conferences with about, 8 to 10,000 academics all swarming in a Hilton hotel, you'd be surprised what you can learn about. You can learn about things like the moratorium on whaling, governance of the internet, how do we regulate big tech, the role of women in peacekeeping operations, the importance of emotions in decision-making. And I think what's exciting about coming to SAIS is that you can keep up with those current debates happening in the academic scholarship because the faculty are doing a lot of interesting research that aligns with those exact questions. And international relations as a whole has changed, not just the topics we study, but the actors. We look at a wider number of actors than just states. We look at NGOs, terrorist groups, social movements. And it's gotten really messy for international relations. It's no longer that you just look at what's happening in capital cities in Rome and London and Berlin, but you need to understand what's happening on the streets of Bologna, like the big protests that have gone viral in Italy. For those of you who are following the gatherings that are anti-Salvini, that started in Bologna, right? That's going all across Italy. So understanding the dynamics between what happens locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally is increasingly important. And I think a degree here at SAIS gives you that because of the depth of experience across different disciplines, but also at different levels. So to finish up, is SAIS keeping up with these changes? I mean, the short answer is yes. We've got a number of faculty, both here in Bologna and DC, who are tackling IR or international relations from a range of these new perspectives. To give you a couple of concrete examples, here in Bologna, I'm the contact person for international relations. I teach the international relations theories class, which is one of the core classes in the masters. And it's designed to tackle the key theories, for those of you who already studied IR, realism, liberalism, constructivism. But in addition to that, we have a class on green theory. How do international relations scholars, how are they thinking about the environment as an issue? How is it governed? We debate and examine non-Western approaches to international relations. Is IR too Eurocentric, too American-centric? What would it mean to be non-Western? Is that even a useful category? We talk about the power of networks, be it online or offline. And these are the sorts of questions, I think, if you come to SAIS, that there's plenty of opportunities, both in your classroom, both with your colleagues, either in the cafeteria downstairs or out in the streets of Bologna. You'll get a great chance to discuss and debate. So on that note, I want to welcome you all to SAIS. Feel free to come and talk to me after today's session or at the lunch. I'll also be there, and I'll hand over to whoever's next.
Okay, thanks. The MA curriculum is organized around concentrations. MA students do two different concentrations. One is the most popular, international economics. It's most popular because everyone has to do it in the MA program. And then students choose the other concentration. And these could be in policy areas, as Nina mentioned, or they could be in regional areas. And the one concentration that is based here in Bologna is European and Eurasian Studies. And Professor Eric Jones is the director of European and Eurasian Studies for all of SAIS, as well as professor of European Studies and International Political Economy. So, Eric.
Super, thanks a lot. I think I'm supposed to talk about regional studies in general, right? And the underlying philosophy of regional studies is if you want to know anything about anywhere, you got to start by learning something about somewhere, right? And if you're going to learn something about somewhere, that means basically you got to figure out what's going on in these places. You got to learn the languages. I know my colleague Sarge Almetti is going to talk to you about that in a minute. But it's almost impossible to figure out what's going on in Italy if you don't speak Italian. So if you want to understand what's going on in Italy, you better start learning Italian. Fortunately, we got about 100,000 university students surrounding us right now that would love to speak to you in Italian. So if you don't speak Italian, then you just have to walk across the street and you'll be inundated with opportunities to exchange conversation. Now, having said that, the reason that we want you to study places like where real people live and do things is because real people are weird, right? And to give you an illustration, my friend Filippo Taddei is not weird, but he is an economist who worked as a policymaker here in Italy, right? And I think that as an economist who worked as a policymaker here in Italy, he would still have a hard time trying to figure out why this government might fall over the Fondo Salva Stati, right, which is the European Stability Mechanism. I mean, come on, give me a break. They're changing one tiny part of a treaty for an obscure institution somewhere in Europe. I'm not even sure where it's located, right? And I've got students who work there. So, so some obscure institution in Europe, and they're changing it in a way that may or may not have relevance to Italy, because if Italy gets in trouble at some point in the future, that might mean that this obscure institution might have something to say alongside another much less obscure institution where my colleague Michael Lee used to work, called the European Commission. So the ESM might have something to say alongside the European Commission about what a government has to do in order to get the money it needs to save itself, right? This just doesn't seem controversial, right? And yet, when you look at it, you go, okay, there's a real puzzle here. We've got to figure this out. Well, I wrote a blog post over the weekend that tried to explain what this was all about, and that tried to explain why the first thing that Paolo Gentiloni, as European Commissioner, had to do was give an interview to Corriere della Sera to say, this is not an issue we should be fighting about, right? Unfortunately, that argument fell on deaf ears, right? So the government is still fighting about it. And that's the kind of puzzle we want you to be able to understand. Now, these are real puzzles, and they're really interesting, and they exist everywhere. So we have area studies that focus on Africa, on the Middle East, on Latin America. And what that means is that you not only get to learn the languages of the region, but you also get the opportunity to go and work there. Now, what I should say is that if you do area studies, this is not a blood pact that you're going to have to stay in that region for the rest of your life, right? Because, like I said, if you want to learn anything about anywhere, you start by learning something about somewhere. But once you've learned something about somewhere, then you can learn anything about anywhere, right? And that means that if you master one region of the world, you can go and learn about another region of the world. So the deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of South Africa is one of my old PhD students, right? Who wrote a brilliant doctoral dissertation on the French economy, which perfectly enabled him to go to South Africa. And I don't know what he does down there, but it's really complicated. Right? And so in that sense, right, you could pretty much go anywhere. I had two PhD students, two of them that ended up working for the government of the United Arab Emirates, right? One of them doing foreign policy and the other setting up a diplomatic academy, right? And now they know everything about the Middle East. They learned Arabic and they did all that other stuff, but they started out in European studies. And indeed, you can start out in Chinese studies. The only language that we don't offer, and I'm not trying to step on Sarah's toes here, is Chinese. But maybe we do, so I'm not going to say that. So, so the point I want to make is we have real depth in China studies, right? We don't teach so much about China here because we've got a whole program in China where we do that. And we have a relationships that if you're like really bit by the China bug, you can do a year here and a year in China and get an MA, right? Or you can start in China, do a year there, do a year here and get an MA. You have to speak Chinese, right? Because if you go to China, you're going to study in Chinese and you're going to write your thesis in Chinese, which is not what we do here. We never write in Chinese here in Bologna. And so in that sense, right, we have this area of studies tradition that we try to connect up everywhere. Now, last thing I'd like to say, one of the things that Nina said that I think is really important is that it's not just the resident faculty that you're going to meet, right? And if you do area studies, what I should tell you is that the way we recruit our faculty is very different from any other university program in the world, right? Most university programs, when they want to build a school like ours, they go and harvest the best faculty they find from every other department in the university, right? Which sounds really impressive. We harvest the best faculty we can find from every university in Europe, right? And we fly them down. And that way, you not only get to study with them, learn from their perspective, but you also get to be connected to them, which means you have the opportunity to explore employment possibilities in all the countries from all the universities that we host adjunct faculty members, right? And that's a kind of diversity that you won't find in any other institution. And in the context of European studies, it makes it possible for you to study Europe in a way that's unbelievably captivating, right? That'll just draw you in. And I know from personal experience, I came here, I was supposed to go to law school. I had this place at Columbia Law School. I was just coming on a lark. I thought it would be fun to study in Italy. And I got bit by the bug and I never left. Well, I mean, I did. They made me leave for a little while, but then they let me come back again, right? And so that could happen. And I had a friend who built a room in my attic when we were living in Washington, D.C., a guy called Vincent Wagner. He's a German dude, and he just woke up one day and decided he wanted to do Latin American studies. So he taught himself how to speak Spanish, converted everything over, graduated with a degree in Latin American studies, and then worked as an investment banker in Spain, basically managing an asset portfolio across Latin America. So anything you want to do, you can do if you start here. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. Next, Professor Michael Lee, who's senior adjunct professor in EES, as well as our new academic director for the Master of European Public Policy. And Michael has really a distinguished career, including being Director General at the European Commission. And so he went to the European Commission, then to SAIS. That's usually the progression professionally. So, Mike.
Thanks very much, Mike. Eric, I can tell you that the ESM is located in Luxembourg City, and therefore, if anyone wants to go and work for the ESM, SAIS is a great place to train, and I'm sure Sarah could help with German, French, Luxembourgish, and Portuguese, all of which would be extremely helpful in Luxembourg. Just kidding. Since I've been back in SAIS, which is a couple of years now, after leaving the European Commission and after spending some time in the think tank world, what I've tried to do, which I think in a way exemplifies what SAIS tries to do, is to bring together academic excellence with practical experience of how policy is made. And what I try and do with my students in teaching about the European Union is to share with them my own experience over the years in the institutions of the European Union. I worked in the Council of Ministers, I worked in the Commission, and giving them a sense from the inside of how these institutions work in practice, and bringing that together with the state of the art in terms of academic analyses of the subject. Just to give you a feel for it, in the course of this semester, just taking the class that I've been teaching about the future of the European Union, apart from the units that I've been teaching myself, I've had, as visitors, speaking to the students, the current Director General in charge of neighborhood policy and of enlargement. I've had the director who is in charge of relations with Ukraine, the Southern Caucasus, and Eastern Europe. We have, together with Nina Hall later this week as a visitor, the New Zealand ambassador to the European Union, who spent 4 years there and who's going to share with us his impressions after 4 years as an insider, seeing from a third country perspective how all of this works, and also talking with us about many of the current challenges facing Europe, Asia Pacific, and the world. So this gives you a sense of the approach. Students have an opportunity to ask questions, to meet formally and informally. And I've also put students who are writing papers on specific subjects in touch with people in the European institutions who they're able to interview for their projects. I've got one student, for example, who's extremely interested in artificial intelligence. And as part of a scenario building exercise on the futures of Europe, we're looking at some of the areas where the EU may develop its capacities in the future. And one is in regulating AI. But also there's the question, Europe is perhaps not really at the cutting edge on AI these days. So it's claimed to regulate the field. How is that going to work out? Anyway, that's the subject for her paper. And I was able to put her in touch with people in DG Digit, as it's called, in Brussels, dealing with information technology, who she interviewed for her project. So what I try to do then is to bring together academic analyses with sort of hands-on direct experience. That's even more going to be the case with the new degree that Professor Plummer mentioned, that I'm going to be director for, and where we're taking the first students, the first cohort of students next fall, the Masters for European Public Policy. That's going to be a 1-year degree rather than a 2-year degree. And par excellence, it's going to bring together academic work with professional skills training. And there will be units dealing with some of the skills that you need, first of all, to get started in a career in public service, in academia, working for the European institutions, other international organizations, public affairs consultancies, NGOs, journalism, whatever interests you, but somehow or other related to the European Union. And there we'll be dealing, amongst other things, with negotiating technique, scenario building exercises, straightforward skills like professional writing, how to draft memos of the sort that you need in almost any of these occupations. It is a skill in itself, which doesn't go without saying. Interview technique, which is something that I've made a bit of a speciality over the years. It really makes all the difference. You go into an interview, there are two people who are the finalists, who are both pretty much equal on paper. It's the one who's really prepared thoroughly for that interview, thought it through, who gets the job in the end. So I try to share some of those skills with students. And in the new degree program as well, we're going to have regular mentoring by alumni who are somehow related to the EU, and also an opportunity to have individual coaching to focus on some of the particular issues that you wish to develop further. So this is just to give you a little bit of a feel through my own experience as to our approach, but I think that goes beyond the courses that I'm teaching myself, and bringing together this good professional background and training that's going to help you with your careers with academic excellence is, I think, really the brand that SAIS is able to offer you.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. And last but certainly not least, Sara Gelmetti, who is our director of the language program and also an instructor in Italian.
Grazie, Mike. Buongiorno, hello, and benvenuti. Welcome. So my colleagues were so nice that they've already said so much about the language program. So I'll try to be as short, as concise as possible, so there is time for follow-up questions. Well, I don't know if you've read it on our website. We mainly offer 7 languages: Arabic, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, and then English at advanced level, which means English for academic writing. So thesis writing, paper writing, essays writing, and we've started to offer a pilot project in Chinese that nobody knows about, actually. So surprise, surprise. Well, it's actually a joint program with a partner institution in Bologna, the Confucius Institute. So it's a very small program for now. We're trying to understand what the interest in this kind of courses is. So what can I say about the language program? First of all, I would like to follow up on something that my colleague, Professor Filippo Taddei, said when he said you cannot escape from econ when you're here at SAIS. Well, it's pretty much the same with languages. You cannot escape. I'm sorry to say that. But you'll actually enjoy our language classes. You cannot escape from the language requirement for obvious reason. I mean, there is an added value in speaking at least one foreign language when you find yourself out there in the international arena. So what is the good thing about this? The good thing about this is that 92% of our students are usually taking a language class, even though 1/3 of them, between 30 and 35%, depending on the years, actually passes the language proficiency exam already with the first session in September, either by testing out of the English proficiency exam, if you are a non-native English speaker, or by passing the proficiency exam in any of the other languages that we offer at SAIS. So why is that? Why we have more than 90% of our students taking a language class when more than 30% have already fulfilled the language requirement of the school? Because we have exceptionally clever students. Our students know actually that when they are applying for a job, when they are looking for a professional enhancement, having more than one foreign language is an added bonus on their CV. So we certainly don't claim to be that exceptional here at SAIS, but we do have in languages, of course in all the other subjects we are, but we do have something very special at SAIS in the language program as well, which is we offer language for specific purposes. Okay, this is something that you're not going to find anywhere else in not that many graduate schools. And this is why we like to believe that this is an exceptional opportunity for the students. Are you familiar with the concept of language for specific purposes? Have you ever studied language for specific purposes? No, okay. So what is language for specific purposes? In a way, the purpose that we're trying to fulfill is your purpose, your professional purpose. The big difference between our language program and any other language program that you're going to find out there is that starting from the intermediate levels, we abandon the regular textbook. You know, these textbooks that you usually, I'm sure you've all used at the beginner level, level 1 and 2. Starting from the intermediate levels, we abandon this kind of textbook and we integrate the content of SAIS. The content of international relations, econ, European studies, regional studies. We integrate this content in the target language in all of our classes. So I want to believe that this is why our language classes are so well liked and so well attended. First of all, our professor really put that extra effort to make the classes relevant. And second, our students find these classes particularly motivating. Why? Because if you're attending Professor Lee class and then you come into my class like I did last spring, and in the Italian class at the advanced level, you find yourself engaged in a simulation about the European Union elections. And maybe you can exploit the same materials and the same kind of articles that you have been studying in Professor Lee class, and you can apply those articles in the target language, in your French class, in your Spanish class, in your Italian class, Portuguese, you name it, even in Arabic and Russian, because we know all these things are interconnected. It is more interesting for you, it is more fun, not only for you, but also for us as instructors, because as language instructors, we always learn actually from your expertise. So it's called the task-based approach. Okay, this task-based approach, because you actually have to fulfill a task, be it a debate, be a simulation, be professional writing. We also do that in language classes. Following up on what Professor Lee said, we also do mock interviews in Italian, because I imagine all of you know that giving an interview in Italian is different from giving an interview in German, not only in terms of language, but also in the way in which you present yourself, in your body language, in the way you discuss certain topics. Do you talk about the salary? No, you don't. Do you pose a certain kind of questions? Do you relate to your background knowledge? There are so many things that vary from language to language. And I'm not talking about the grammar. Of course it does, it varies. I'm also talking about what we call pragmatic competences. And these pragmatic competences are what you need when you're going to apply for a job, when you're going to go for an interview, when you're going to write a professional application for a job opening, and things that we hope are going to be useful for you. So far, so good. The language program, we like to believe that it's an integrating part of all the school and all what our colleagues do. And I think that this is another sign of what really sets SAIS apart from the other schools. It's such an interdisciplinary program like I've never seen before. And I've never seen a language program so strictly connected, so seamlessly tied in the other subjects of the school. So this is, I hope, I went on for too long? No. Sorry.
Well, that's fine, but that's an excellent point. I mean, that is something that we pride ourselves on at SAIS, is that everything is in-house. We don't, when you learn economics, you don't learn it from the economics department elsewhere in the university. You learn it from our economists who are policy focused. The same is true for the language program. As Professor Jones said, when you come to Italy, you really do need to know Italian if you want to know what's going on. But if I could add something to that, that's a necessary but not a sufficient condition to know what's going on, because I happen to speak the language, but I have absolutely no idea what's going on in this country half the time. So anyway, hopefully if you come here, you can get a better idea from our eminent European scholars about what's going on in Italy. Anyway, why don't we open it up for questions? It would be useful if you could say your name and where you're from before asking the question. Thanks. Also from people who are remote.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm from Germany, and I would have a question about language program. So I would be very interested in continue studying Chinese. So you mentioned there is a sort of pilot program in Chinese. But do you, so in that sense, do you also offer the language training for specific purposes in Chinese? So is this integrated into the sort of the SAIS curriculum?
For now, it's the very first year. Okay, so as I said, it's a pilot program with the Confucius Institute. So for now, we're offering level 1 and level 2 in Chinese, because it's usually for people who want to continue studying Chinese in the second year in Washington. Where they have the higher levels, and of course in that case it is integrated. It's also language for specific purposes. But of course, should we notice that there is more interest, we can certainly discuss the higher levels. The Confucius Institute offer higher levels of Chinese as well, intermediate and advanced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Julien. I'm French and German. And I also have a question for Mrs. Gilmighty.
Sure.
Is it possible to learn 2 languages, or don't you recommend it because of time reasons?
Yeah.
Is it something students do?
I get asked this question every year, so thank you for asking it. Julien is your name? Yeah, yes. You're French. Okay, sure. It is certainly possible to study 2 languages within 2 years, not in the same semester. So within the same semester, you can take 1 language class, because that's Well, you're actually going to thank me for that by the time that you reach the midterm exams, because, for obvious time constraints, meaning that you have 4 courses plus 1 language course, and you have to take into account that this is a graduate school, so you have to do a certain part of the study, the study component is to be done at home. So that will take up a good part of your time. Then, that being said, we have quite a few students who took 2 languages here at SAIS, meaning what they did. They did the first language for 2 semesters, for example, and I give you just an example. But for example, if you are a student who already has a strong background in a Romance language, like Italian, like French, Spanish, or Portuguese, to learn Italian in Italy is not going to take you 2 full years. But if you take preterm in the summer, because we also offer preterm language courses, if you take Italian preterm in the summer and then 2 semesters of Italian, a good deal of our students reach Italian by the end of a first year in Italy. So what they do, second year, they take another language. This is option number 1. Option number 2, you continue to study a language that you have already, maybe you have begun studying Portuguese, maybe you have begun studying Russian. So you start here already at an intermediate level, which means that you reach advanced level by the end of a first year, and then in the second year you can take another language. Instead, if you want to learn a language from scratch, from 0, and you want to reach the minimum proficiency level, we recommend to keep on going and continue studying the same language for 4 semesters. Why is that? Because if I begin to study a language like German, Russian, Arabic, or any other language for what matters, from scratch, without any previous exposure to the language, if I want to reach the professional level that is required, for a job opening at the European Union, in the European Commission, where you are required at least a B2 level, okay, SAIS guarantees that you're going to reach the B2 level, minimum proficiency requirement, if you attend successfully 4 consecutive semesters of language studies. Okay.
Thank you.
We have a question from Zoya. I'm interested in the MAIA program and was wondering if I could hear more about how exactly the MAIA can be customized for research and how much research guidance is given from faculty and what the process looks like.
I just saw John out there, but he sort of left. But I think that Filippo could take a stab at that. And then John, when he comes back, maybe could add something.
So the MAIA offers the opportunity to enrich the curriculum here at SAIS through some independent, supervised, but independent, autonomous research effort, okay? So the writing of a thesis in order to focus on a topic that is in the interest of your professional development, focusing on a region, studying a specific feature of that region or a market or something that is within your interest. And the benefit there of the MAIA is precisely the duration. Typically, the time here is very intense. You have a lot of things. You have a lot of commitment on your time. The courses, the languages. That's why Sarah, already mentioned how difficult it is to take 2 languages. So the MAIA gives you the possibility through an extended time to actually enrich and deepen your understanding of a specific subject and connect it to the work that you do in class. Always remember that you learn as much in class from your instructor as you learn from your classmates, but then there is a part of or a dimension of your learning that goes through, that is the individual, the individual digestion of the topic and the individual elaboration of those. And that is typically something that you can do through the writing of an extended thesis, which is not just a paper, but it's actually some independent work under close supervision where you're asked to put to work the intellectual tools that you've acquired through your coursework.
Hello, my name is Laura from Valencia, and I have a question between the Master in European Public Policy and Master of Arts. it's super concrete. I want to work in the Commission, in the European External Action Service, and I plan to do the Master of Arts with major in European Studies and minor in Chinese Studies. But then I heard about the other master, and I was wondering, is it possible to kind of combine both of them and convalidate European Studies or...
So you're asking a really good question. And when we designed the Masters for European Public Policy, we designed it to complement, right, and not replace the Masters in European Studies, right? So the Masters of Arts with a concentration in European and Eurasian Studies. So what we do that's different in the Masters of Arts from what we do in the Masters in European Public Policy is we focus a lot more on the national experience. So we try to teach people about, as I was saying, real places, right? As opposed to institutions and policymaking per se. We have 2 years, so we try to get people to study diplomatic history from pointy sticks to nuclear weapons. And then we get people to study comparative political economy, not just in Western Europe, but also in Central and Eastern Europe, including Russia. And then we look at Europe's relations with the outside world, but not just in the sense of what the EEAS does, but also what the national governments do and what NATO does and all these other organizations. So that's a much broader curriculum and less focused on the professional element that the MEPP does. Having said that, if you're a SAIS student, right, you're not excluded from courses that we offer. So everyone has the opportunity to do courses. And critically, the way the European and Eurasian Studies program is designed, we're designed with very specific learning objectives in mind. So you have to take a battery of comprehensive exams to demonstrate your achievement of those objectives. But how you achieve those objectives, that's very much up to you. You can do it through self-study, you can do it through course selection, you can do it through any number of different ways. I even had one student who did not take a single European and Eurasian Studies course, but she successfully passed these 3 4-hour exams, right? That was pretty cool. I'd never seen that before, right? And that allowed her to achieve the concentration, but to do other things as well. Now, I wouldn't recommend that as a strategy, but it does show the flexibility that we offer in the structural dimension. And I'll let Professor Lee tell you more about what the MEPP has that's different.
Thanks, Eric. So as Professor Jones said, you wouldn't be barred from taking courses that are offered in the MEPP if you were doing the 2 years master's. I must say, provided there's room, as in all cases, because we don't like the classes to be too crowded. That said, the 2 main differences would be, first of all, that the MEPP is a 1-year degree, and secondly, that it will have a greater concentration on professional skills. And simply because of my own background and my focus, a lot of that will be with respect to the European Union, but not only. Also, people who are interested in careers in national diplomatic services or other careers will also be considering them too. There is an element of professional preparation also in the 2-year masters. So that is present in that degree, but it will be in a more concentrated form in the MEPP.
Thanks. Michael? Yes.
Hi, my name is Alicia, I'm from Milano, and I have 2 questions. One, what is the difference between the Master of Arts and the Maya? Because you stressed the fact that the Maya is a very research-based master degree, so I was wondering if the Master of Arts is more professionally oriented or if it also has a big research component. And then second question, I wanted to ask some more information about the cooperative degree programs. How do they work? Do all the courses, or are only some courses involved? Yeah, just some more information. Thanks.
Okay, why don't we, let me introduce Professor John Piper. Let me introduce Professor John Harper, who is the Kenneth H. Keller Professor of American Foreign Policy, and he can sort of talk a bit about the MAIA and MA program and either continue to talk about the cooperatives or I can do that.
Thank you. Mike, your question was about the Maya degree, right?
The difference between the two, whether one is more research-based and the other one is more professional. And
that's correct. The Maya is a research-based degree. And you, what is your background, by the way?
I studied politics at PPLE, which is this interdisciplinary program in Amsterdam. So yeah, research bachelor.
Okay. Well, the Maya would mean you would come here for 2 years, perhaps, and do a thesis in the second year, instead of the conventional MA degree, where you would spend a year here and go to Washington in the second year. So it's a research for people who want to do a thesis, essentially. In the MA, there is no thesis, no. Each department, each concentration requires a so-called capstone, which may be a sort of mini thesis, usually a big paper, what we call in English a paper, an essay, but it's not a research-based degree, no. So the Maya degree is, and then in the Maya we have cooperation with various universities in Europe, where you can spend a year here and you can spend a year there. For example, in Leiden, where else? We have a strong relationship with, how many people here are from Forlì or Bologna? Anyone here from the Scienze Politiche? Okay, well you people probably know how the system works. You do 1 year, you do 2 theses, one here and one in Bologna or Forlì. But as I said, we have programs of cooperation with Leiden, we have a new cooperation program with SOAS in London, which will be in operation next year. Is that correct? The School of Oriental and African Studies. Where else? Where are other? Vienna, the Diplomatic Academy in Vienna, where you do 1 year here and 1 year there. Sorry? And Sciences Po Lille, right, Sciences Po. We have a number of students who come from Lille and spend a year here, but you can also do the reverse. You could, isn't that correct? You could spend. If you do
I don't have the microphone, but if you do depending on where you begin the degree. So, for example, for the students that are interested in studying at SOAS, it works both ways. So you could start a year at here at SAIS Europe and go to SOAS, or at SOAS and come here and get both degrees. For Sciences Po Lille, the majority of the students begin at Sciences Po Lille and then come to us because that's the way that you get the master's. And the same thing, obviously, if you start at the University of Bologna, you get the master's from us as well. And so we have some literature in your packets that goes into a lot of details, but the option for the Maya is either 2 years in Bologna or coming to us from a cooperative degree.
Other questions? Well, as you formulate additional ones, the term preterm was used a few times, and just so you know what that is, preterm is this month before the academic year starts. And we sort of make a distinction between preterm and what's required for a summer school for various programs. For example, preterm tends to be optional for students if they want to do microeconomics, and so they want to do a good intensive course on microeconomics between mid-August and mid-September. They can do that, and that counts as the microeconomics requirement for SAIS, and so they can hit the ground running when they start up the year. That's popular. It's also possible to do statistics at that point in time, which counts as a quantitative reasoning requirement in the MA degree. There's also, as was mentioned, intensive Italian and something called, and it's very intensive, and something called survival Italian, that is 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, I believe, right?
It's actually 5 days a week. That too survival, but it's only 2 hours per day. It can be combined with the econ classes. It's for students who want to take both econ and to have that sort of ground foundation of Italian, so that, as Professor Jones said, they can go out, walk the street, and interact with Italian students from Unibo. Yeah.
And for the major degree, the Master of Arts in Global Risk, and for the MEPP, for the one-year degrees, it's not optional. So we have cohort courses that you take when you're here in the summer. So.
Hi, my name is Francesca, and I'm actually at the first year in international relations at Bologna University. So I'm thinking about doing the double degree, and I wanted to ask if there are some compulsory courses, like I heard about micro, macro, and maybe a language. So what kind of courses can we attend here if we do the double degree?
This is for me. You have to do micro and macro, and you have to show a proficiency. Correct me, Mike, if I'm wrong, in international monetary theory by taking a non-credit course. So you do have to do. Have you done macro and micro in Bologna? Okay, in that case, you could probably take a waiver exam so that you don't have to repeat it. But if you had not done the micro and macro, you would have to take it here. But there is the economics requirement for the MAIA is, I would say, it's not as, you have to do fewer courses. For the MA, it's a bigger component of your degree than it is for the MAIA. The MAIA is really a more flexible degree because you don't choose a concentration as you do in the MA. You can fashion your program to suit what your research interests are. You have a little more freedom to do that. But you have to write the thesis. The thesis, by the way, is about 20,000 words. So it's not a huge thesis. But it's a significant piece of original research. Sorry?
There's also the option of,
that's right. We've now introduced also in the M. It gets very complicated. I mean, you have to read this document. But the MAIA now gives you a second option to take, instead of doing the thesis, you can also take 16 courses but you will have to do a short paper, essentially a term paper for one of the courses. So.
If I can just add to that, students from the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna and students from UNIBO are required to do the thesis.
Yeah. So you would not have the option of doing this 16 courses. You would have to do a thesis. Here. You would do it here. One thesis, yeah. Is that correct? One thesis?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, in English, of course.
And if I can add something, may I, about the languages? You're a native Italian speaker, is that right? Yeah, so you will fulfill the MAIA requirement by passing the English proficiency exam. And then you can certainly take other language courses if you wish. But as a MAIA student and passing the language proficiency exam, the English proficiency exam, you will have fulfilled your requirement. Yeah.
Following on that, regarding the collaborative degree, are there specific programs that are in collaboration? Or, for example, if I decide to go to Lille, do I have to take international relations, or I can also take political science or public policy? Or, like, are there specific...
Yeah. Well, I think you would have to take some, yeah, it would be Sciences Po Lille, so it would be the Department of Political Science, but that would include international relations. I'm not sure. I think Lille has a curriculum more or less like ours, but I'm not sure. But you couldn't do English literature or biology. You would have to do something in the field of political science. Yeah.
If I can just add to what Professor Harper said, so you actually are students already admitted into these programs. So if you want to come to us from Lille, you're already in we have a specific cooperative degree with the political science department. And so you're beginning your master's with them, then you apply to us. And if you're admitted, we recognize the credits of that first year at Lille. So you would be doing, the Lille program is predominantly in French. So you'd be a student in the Sciences Po graduate program already. And instead of doing 2 years with them, if you're admitted to us, we recognize the credits of that first year, and then you would come to us for the second year. Exactly. So we actually have students in the room that are from Sciences Po. They're in the program right now at Sciences Po. If they're admitted to us, instead of finishing their second year at Sciences Po, they actually come here for that second year.
Any other questions?
Well, I think we're ending a little bit early. I want to just take the opportunity to thank our faculty for sharing their experiences. I know many of them will be joining us for the standing buffet lunch at noon. And so this gives us an opportunity to continue the discussions. Thank you very much for your time today. And we actually are now going to break. We'll take you downstairs in a few minutes to have lunch. We have students that are also going to be joining us, as well as faculty members. The lunch will last about an hour. So for those viewers that are joining us online, we actually won't be back in this room till about 3:30, because after lunch, you get to sit in on a class. There are 3 classes to choose from today. So lunch will go from about 12 to 1, and then we'll have students available to take you to class. But we won't be back in this room till 3:30 to hear from the career services. So thank you very much, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Welcome back. I want to thank everybody for joining us back in the afternoon. Hopefully you've had your caffeine and your cookies to keep you going. It's going to be a little bit of a marathon. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome those that are joining us online. We're streaming this day live, so if you want to rewatch some of the videos, we'll be able to do that. So, as you know, Johns Hopkins is an extremely prestigious university, but it is also a practitioner's master's program. So we are delighted to have our career services team. I call them the dream team, and I'll let Alan Fusetto, who heads that office, talk a little bit about the programs that we have. We do have some literature about the statistics for the various programs. And so in the next half hour, and they'll fit in some Q&A, and they have a great presentation, they'll tell you how they work with you to help you in your professional career. Off to you, Alan.
So thank you, Daniela, and welcome everybody to SAIS Europe and to Bologna. And I know that is after lunch, so I will not be very long. We will be very short, and then leave you space for Q&A. So this is the Career Services team. My name is Alan Fusetto. I'm the Director of Career Services, and I have the pleasure to work with Lucia and Silvia.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucia. I work here with Alan and Silvia, as you can see, and I'm Associate Director here.
Ciao a tutti, hello everyone. My name is Silvia. I'm working with the Career Services Office, but I'm also the Administrative Coordinator for the Global Risk Program. So if any one of you is interested in the program, just let me know. I will be available for you. So 2 hats, but now I will talk about career services.
Okay, so before during lunch, some of you, talking, they asked me, what is the career services? So because I know that, in some universities, especially if you come from Italy or some country in Europe, maybe there is no career services. So I'm trying to to start from scratch, but then of course during Q&A, if you have any question, just let me know. So we have 2 main missions. Basically, the first one is to help you and to support you to build a career strategy. Okay, because at the end, your ultimate goal will be after SAIS, or between the first and the second year, if you choose MA, to find an internship. So we are not an employer agency, so we will not give you right away the internship or the job, but what we do is to give you the tools, okay? To give you the tools to prepare you to enter or re-enter in the job market. And of course, the other objective is to put you in contact with the job market, means to put you in contact with our alumni network or employers that work with us, and helping you to build your professional network, okay? And we do this in many ways. This slide just sum up a little bit all our activities. So if you decide to enroll to SAIS, we will be in touch since the beginning because during the summer we will start working what we so-called creating your competitive edge. This is a course of 3 modules. Okay, the first module is webinar. So usually during the period of June, end of June, beginning of July, in which we will help you to understand your strengths and weaknesses. Okay, and then we will do other 2 important modules. One is how to create a good resume, because here at SAIS we have a SAIS resume, so that you must create a SAIS resume in order then to apply to all opportunities. And then also how to write a good cover letter. Okay, so this will be the basic document that you need then to continue working with us. And then we do a 3rd module about networking, because again, networking is a very important activity you will do during all your stay here at SAIS. Then during all the year long, we're gonna do one-on-one career counseling. Okay, there is one-on-one meeting with me and also with Lucia in order understand what you want to do, your expectation, and try to build and to create a career plan. During all the year, we do also what we call panels and workshops on really different topics. For example, again, how to build a good resume and cover letter, or how to build an effective LinkedIn profile, how to nail an interview, for example, and also how to work in different sectors. We do seminars on how to work in consulting, for example, how to work in think tanks, in finance, and so on. Okay, we do also. It's not marked here, but it's important part. It's called skill courses. These are mini courses, usually 1-2 days, on some technical skills. For example, Excel. For example, Stata. For example, Python. These are skills required by the job market. Okay, so these skill courses help you to make your resume more marketable. And then we do career tracks, very, very important activities. We will then talk about career tracks in a minute, but globally, so as you know, we have the career service here in Bologna, but also in DC and Nanjing. So there are 3 big offices, and we organize more or less 20 career tracks worldwide every year. Then we have career clubs. Career clubs this activity not led by us, but usually by you, but by students. Okay, so if you are specialized in some sector, if you have previous experience in some sectors and you wanna build on that and transfer your skills to other students, you can create a club. For example, we have a lot of clubs: consulting club, finance club, energy clubs, defense clubs, and these clubs are led by you guys, but also you're gonna work with our career service, with my colleagues, and other colleagues of SAIS. Okay. And then an important activity, as I told you, is connected with employers and alumni. And for this, we organize 2 major events during the year. The first one is right at the beginning of the year, usually in October. It's called Career Day. Okay, so the Career Day is so we gather every year, select a number of alumni, mainly from Europe. So they will be here all day talking with you and doing activities with you. Okay, there is, for example, one-on-one interviews. There are career panels. Okay, there is a networking lunch. So it's an activity in which you can really understand where they work, what to do, and starting, you create your network, your professional network. Then we have another activity at the end of the year during the alumni weekend. So the alumni weekend is 2 days in which we have roughly 400 alumni from all over the world. Okay, this is an alumni activity, but we have half day usually on Saturday morning, in which usually 67 alumni every year, they commit, to meet you and to do activities with you. Okay, so these are 2 major events. But then in the middle, so during the year, we have a lot of activity, employer presentation, for example, or alumni who join here campus to talk about different topics. Last week, we have an alum from Rome. He's been working at the World Bank for 4 years, and he came here to talk about working at the World Bank. We have the same with the European Union, with the UN, for example, and all other sectors. So talking now briefly about, career tracks. Okay. So this for. Okay. Here you have all career tracks that we organize here in at SAIS. We have 2 career tracks in London, for example. The first one is we call finance career track. Okay, if you're interested working in finance, we're gonna be 2 days in London. Okay, visiting all these big major finance institutions. So all career tracks are usually 2 days in which we go there. We visit in 2 days, 8, 10 employers. So it's very packed, it's a very full day. Usually in most of the companies, there are alumni welcoming us, okay, but not only alumni. Then we come back on February for the political risk career track, again in London, 2 days. In November, there is the Geneva Career Track. Last week, Lucia was in Geneva with 20 students visiting the UN and UN agencies. So if you're interested in UN, this is the career track for you. Then we have the Vienna Career Track that is focused on energy, the Milan Career Track one day, the Brussels Career Track. We just closed today the application process. If you're interested working in the European institutions or, working in Brussels or also in private, but dealing with European institution, this is the track for you. Then we have a new track in Amsterdam that is a mix of private sector and international organization. And then we have finally a new one track in Rome, visiting mainly the three institutional organizations that are based in Rome. We talk and probably also my colleagues talk about the network of our alumni. So in total, we have more than 20,000 alumni all over the world, really. And it is our strength because they really help the school and help you guys to find your way to, I would say that 80% of internship opportunities come directly from our alumni. They really want to help you, okay? And they are everywhere, in all countries and in all sectors. So when you're gonna be here, you will also understand how to use this powerful network, the tools that you can have to reach them, and we will really try to organize events and activities to put you in contact with this network, because I think that networking is a real, the best way to enter in the job market after SAIS. I think so. Yeah, so that was very brief. In a nutshell, all our and now I would like, I don't know if you, Lucia or Silvia, you want to add something. Okay, otherwise we're happy to answer your question if you have everything about career services.
Thank you. Sorry about that before. So my question is about the tracks. So our students can apply freely, or they are somehow selected based on their concentrations? And also, also how, like, if you're not sure about your future career, you can attend more than one. Is there a limitation? Thank you.
So you can apply to all tracks, okay? Of course, there is a selection process because we kept each track at 20, okay? So no more than 20 people, because this is the number that also employers ask us they require. And so we select basically according to your cover letter, your motivation letter. So you have to write a letter in which you state why you want to attend that track, okay? You can apply to all tracks. Of course, we select, first of all, based on the motivation, okay? And second, we see also if you already attended to other tracks. And we will try to give also the space to a person that is maybe never attend a track. So, yeah.
Yeah, but just to give you an example,
yeah.
For the Vienna track, there are 3 people that came with me in Vienna. So it doesn't mean that if you attended one, you will not be able to attend another one. It's just not guaranteed. Okay.
Yeah, the most important element is the motivation, and then, yeah.
Hello. My question is kind of very specific. I come from University of Bologna, and I very recently attended one of their career service ceremony. And what I observed there was there were organizations, companies, and they were sitting in our campus, and we had our CVs in our hand, and we had to approach the companies, talk to them. It was like a very small, narrow interview, and from there they take it forward. So I wanted to know if that kind of a scenario happens in SAIS.
No, we do not organize this as a career fair, okay? for two main reasons. The first one is because we have employers mainly in Europe. So we have some collaboration with Italian companies, but most of our collaboration are in Europe, and it's very difficult to to say a company based in London, Brussels, or elsewhere to come here that day, and this is the reason why we prefer to do career tracks. So we go there, we go to them. Okay. So the second thing is that organizing career fair. I mean, the only option would be on Saturday, because if you come here at SAIS, you will have classes all day. During from 8 in the morning to 8 p.m. according to what you choose, of course. Usually, if there is a career fair, employers expect a great number of participations. So we don't want to do a career fair with 20 or 30 students. So this is also the reason why we prefer to invite alumni, and this is the reason why we do the career day with alumni, because also we think it's a better way you to connect with the job with the job market. Okay. So also statistics said that usually the output from career fair are not always great. I mean, it's if you then say, okay, how many students then found an internship through that day, and usually it's not very high the number. So it's just show up. It's just employer opportunity for also for a company to be on campus, but then we think it's better to be involved with alumni. So this is the reason why we do not do a career fair.
But also, we don't have the career fair, but we have events like, exactly, Alan was talking before about seminar, career talks. So actually companies come here, maybe get one every, I don't know, maybe sometimes even weeks.
Yeah.
So, and they come here directly to talk to you, and they collect also your resumes. So it is different from a fair because there is an affiliation, and so they come here just to talk to that group, which is, interested to them.
I would say it's even better because, for example, this Friday with the Global Risk, we have two companies, one from Amsterdam, one from London. They are interested in the student of the Global Risk mainly. Okay, they come here because they're interested to that group. They come with an internship opportunity. The same next week we're gonna have UniCredit from Milan. They interest in general to you. They're gonna present also some opportunities, internship, and also the graduate program. Next week we're gonna have Prometeia also, I think.
Yeah, as Alan and Lucia said, practically every employer can ask us to host a presentation event. So it doesn't mean that we don't have them here. And secondly, I would say that the career tracks are planned on 2 days. The evening, between the 2 days, there's a cocktail alumni reception, which is a great way to know a group of alumni from different companies, even people they were not visited during the track, but they are there. And so it's a better way to have a face-to-face and talk with them. In this case, you can meet even 10, 20 people in exchange with them freely, your Q&As. So it's a great way, yeah. Instead of having a fair with only one person from the company. So you can have a larger group.
I have a question. So some of our students, prospective students, may have seen that we have a career video that's on the website. We did a career day, or you did a career day this past October.
Right.
I think it would be really interesting if you could explain exactly what career day is, the types of employers that you invited to campus, and also say a few words about Alumni Weekend and how Alumni Weekend, we have over 500 alumni that come to campus, and those informational discussions that you have with alumni the Saturday morning of Alumni Weekend.
Yeah. So maybe after we're gonna see the video.
Sure, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So as said before, Career Day is an important event because it's only you and alumni. So we send out invitations. So we select some alumni, okay, that come from different countries and also different sectors, okay. So usually we have roughly 30 alumni, and then the activities start in the morning after the evening, so it's very full-time day. This year we had one-on-one interviews in the afternoon, okay. So you have 15 minutes time to have an interview, informal interview with an alum or two, it depends. In the morning we have career panels, okay. It depends every year. Usually we have, international organization career panel, we have the UN career panel, we had the energy career panel, we have the consulting career panel, the finance career panel, okay, in which there are 2-3 alum with a great deal of expertise in that area and talking to you, and you ask questions to them, okay. Then we have a networking lunch, and at the end also a cocktail at the end. So the objective is networking, okay. And then it is at the beginning, because it's a good way to understand the SAIS family, to understand our alumni, and to start building your network. And then, at the end of the year, as said, we have the alumni weekend, and here it's a little bit different format, because we have roughly 70-80 alumni every year that they want to do something with you. So we organize very small career panels, very specific on different sectors. Last year we were like 30 career panels. So it's not one-on-one, but it's like 3-2 or 3-3. I mean, 3 alumni and 3 students, or 2 alumni, 3 students. So very small career panels, and then in which you can talk about your resume, but specifically they're gonna tell you how to enter in that sector, and the skills you need, what you have to do, the networking activities you have to do, for entering in that sector. I don't know if you want to add something.
Just one thing, going back to what we were saying before, in both the events, we sent to the alumni your resumes, so they will know you even before, meeting you. So even during the interview, the one-on-one interview during the career day, many times it is your alumni giving to students even suggestions about their resume and how their background can fit in their sector or not. So just to...
Are there any questions online before we go to the video? Yeah.
We have one question from our viewers online, and the question is, what would a typical counseling session look like?
We can do a mock it. Well, I don't know if you... Okay, so basically we have also this year, we have we call career strategy firm. Okay, so before the meeting, you have to be prepared. We also have to be prepared. So what we ask you is to fill this this document, in which you have to put your first choice in terms of country, in terms of location, in terms of industry, your second choice, or your third choice. So why you wanna go working in that sector? Okay, so the motivation. You have to do a little bit of research. You have to think a little bit. We don't want that you come here, you come at the meeting, and we just have nothing to say, so that's why it's important you prepare yourself, you think about yourself, what you want to do, you try to do some research about the companies, and then we can, of course, we go through your resume at first during a meeting, and you tell us a little bit your experience before joining SAIS, why you decide to attend SAIS, and then we talk about the future based on that document, and then we will... discussion will be different according to each one, needs, but it's basically talk about the content that we have, alumni, activities, tracks, and how we can help you and support you to reach your objective in terms of career.
Yeah, this is especially the beginning of our session, but clearly depends also on the person. If the person has already experience or not, if she has clear ideas about what wants to do after. But clearly after the first month, probably our meetings are more focused on how to write properly the application, how to write even inputs on the application on cover letters or resumes. So it depends also depending on the time of the year.
Well, before we break for our next panel, we have a 4-minute video that we'd like to show you. It was done this year to give you a taste of what it's like to be a student here at SAIS and work with the Career Office. And before I show the video, I do want to thank the Career Office for being here today and for sharing their expertise. Thank you. Is there a volume button?
When I came here in 1980, I had very little idea of how and powerful the experience would be for me.
Having spent 2 years in a very, very diverse community of students from virtually all over the world, that really helped prepare me for the situations that I would encounter as a diplomat in various places around the globe.
Definitely prepared me in the sense of thinking critically, being an analytical person.
I think the most important experience is to be driven in how you approach problems. And within SAIS, that's something that you learn early.
A couple of months of being a student here that you realize what an incredibly fortunate decision you made.
It's a continuous opportunity to meet people and learn in any single place.
It is a school, obviously, but the community side of it I think is really nice, especially being so far away from home.
I really enjoy meeting new people and hearing what they have to say about their own experiences.
You can learn a lot from them. I think this is the message of the university. Not only study a lot, but also to get to know people and get in touch with people. That is the best and the first aspect that in the future you should take.
Working together with a multinational, multi-ethnic, multicultural group of students is a powerful learning experience that will help you in your career.
Every year we gather a selected number of alumni from Europe, Africa and Middle East, and we bring them here to share with students their experiences and knowledge in order that the student can start to build the professional network.
The Career Day experience was very educational. I learned some things that I don't think I would have picked up online or through other sources. So.
People who are so excited and so happy to talk to us.
So personable, so genuine. You can tell that they really wanted to give back to students.
Meeting the people who are there day to day in the ground help you realize the reality of what each job is like.
Knowing alumni in many of the countries that I worked with gave me incredible connections and insights into the politics, the economics, the business that was taking place. And so the network has proven invaluable over the years.
You have the same experience, the same background as them, you understand where they're coming from, so it's a very strong network. And then also there's so many SAIS alumni all over the world.
Well, the network got me my job, is the best way to put it.
I'm super proud to be part of it and now to give back the way all the alumni helped me finding a job and getting settled. I'm so happy to be able to give back now.
SAIS means natural connections that you can make with several people that you don't necessarily expect.
The network you have with your own students who you know will be future leaders, and also the network that you have of the leaders that are already out there.
We have a network of 20,000 alumni all around the world, and they are instrumental for the networking for our students. Most of our internships and job opportunities stem from this powerful network of alumni.
The network is there for you. You only need to ask to see it work for you.
Follow your heart, and I know that sounds sort of a cliche, but think about what interests you. This is a moment in your life where you have the liberty and the freedom to look at things that might be of interest to you and try different options out. Do an internship.
Be curious, take classes and, attend seminars and talk to people, really, really, make it count.
SAIS education prepared me exactly for the kind of career that I've had.
If you want a career in foreign relations or international affairs, SAIS is the place to be.
So this is really, where I wanted to be, and it's, dreams came true.
It changed my life.
Change panels will be with then the testimonials for the students. Okay. So we want to welcome our guests back online. I'm delighted to have Gabby Calabro, who's the Director of Student Life, and we have representatives from our student government here who will share their experiences. And so we just need everyone to speak in the microphone and have the microphone turned on because we want to be able to have our guests also online virtually. Over to you, Gabby.
Okay, thank you. Can you all see right now?
Let's see here.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Is it on? Sorry, everybody. Okay. All right, there we go. Can you see? Can you see the board? I know I have a big head and big hair, so not that big. It's rainy, but every woman knows that. So welcome. I know that I'm pretty much one of the only people who's holding you back from your aperitivo, so I'll try to make this go quickly. I'm Gabrielle. I'm the Director of Student Life. You can also call me Gabby. It truly does not matter what you choose. And I just wanted to talk to you a little bit today about my office and how I can be of use of you going forward and once you're hopefully a student here. So some of you I know flew in from different countries today. You traveled far and wide to be here. And I'm sure that the number one question on your mind is, Gabby, you're this beautiful, successful American woman. What's your story? How did you get to Bologna? And the answer is, I'm from Pittsburgh. Have any of you heard of Pittsburgh or been there? For those of you nodding, sorry. For those of you not nodding, it's okay, don't go there. It's a fun city if you get stuck. But it got infinitely cool once I left, so I hope it's not correlated. And it's a really weird city. So just to give you an example, we're known for having this big inflatable duck one year. We also take our condiments very seriously. For those of you who like ketchup, it's a Pittsburgh-based company, Heinz, so we have a museum dedicated to it. And if that's not weird enough, we also have a ceremony dedicated to pickles called Pickle Fest in Pittsburgh. Truly, truly weird. So here I am in Bologna. But all kidding aside, I've been working in international education for the past 10 years. Before coming here to SAIS, I was also working for the Qatar Foundation in Doha, Qatar. So I've worked with students from all over the world in all different capacities, and it's really been an exciting career, and I love getting to do it here at SAIS. I've been here for 3 years, and since then, I'm really proud of the student life program that we've built here. So for those of you who are wondering, what is student life? Probably any answer that naturally came to your mind is applicable. I have a really big umbrella. So just to give you a few options of how we would work together once you're here, probably the first opportunity we'll have to meet as formal SAIS students is during orientation. I also help students get their residency permits here, their permessi di soggiorno. I'm the key person for any type of crisis or emergency management. So like my number is the emergency number for the school. And I do a lot of event planning. So for example, we just had a Thanksgiving for 160 students on Saturday. I'm hosting a paint and sip class in a few weeks. We're having dog therapy. So like all sorts of things we do. And then as we'll talk about a little bit later, I'm also the advisor for both our Student Government Association, and I also work with the 21 student organizations that we have on campus. So as I mentioned, things to have on your radar are the two opportunities we give to students to acclimate to campus and get to know faculty and each other once you arrive in the summer. So the first is for preterm students. We do have a short little orientation period because truly our main goal for preterm is letting you get to Italy, get up and running, and just survive until the rest of your cohort comes. Then in September, we have our Welcome Week activities, and this is truly meant to, introduce you to the SAIS community and start off the year as, one full cohort, and that's when we have our highlighted events. We have a faculty debate each year, and we have the Director's Welcome Dinner. So those are two good events to keep on your radar for now. As I mentioned, I'm also the key person for medical and emotional support here. So in Bologna, we're really lucky that we have not only one of the best hospitals in Italy, literally 10 minutes away by walking behind us, but we also have an American physician who works in Bologna and has worked with not only our students, but many of the students of the programs here in Bologna for over 30 years. So he's a great focal point for those of you who might have medical conditions that you have questions answering. I'm a support there too, and we do have some context that we can introduce you to make sure that it's a seamless transition once you come here. For if you have questions about health insurance, I'm also the liaison with the insurance company. All students who come to SAIS are automatically enrolled in the Johns Hopkins Student Benefit Health Plan. However, if you have alternative coverage, maybe you're still with your parents' coverage and you already have international coverage that's, just as suitable, you can waive from the plan. Also, if you are a European citizen who is enrolled in their national healthcare service, you can also waive from the plan during your year in Bologna. I do have a note here. I know that there are students who come every year who might have more complex medical situations, and they have very valid questions of how will this be managed in Italy, and how can I make sure that I'm getting the pharmaceuticals and the care that I need? And the answer is we will really work with you one-on-one to make sure that you have a thriving and healthy year here. What we just ask is that, especially over the summer, once your plans are a little bit more confirmed about coming, that you get in touch with my office as soon as possible so that we can make sure that we are putting you in touch with the specialists that you need so that you can access the medication you need and so forth. I have a note here for ADHD and students who might have ADHD and ADD, any type of attention deficit disorder. It's important that we really work together because I know a common question is, can I get some of the drugs that will be needed in Italy? And the answer is yes, but we just need to work together really closely. So as we go forward into the year, if you are a student who identifies as having one of those conditions, you would just we kindly ask that you get in touch with me. And it's only to be as much of a help to you as I can. I also am the key person for any type of disability accommodation. So if you need, any type of measure here to help with your studies and make sure that you have an equitable experience, you would come to my office and we would get that done. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight the amazing partnership we have with the University of Bologna Counseling Center. So we have two fabulous English-speaking psychologists. Each student is entitled to up to 4 visits with either counselor throughout the year. And then obviously we'd go through the nuts and bolts of this once you arrive, but for those students who would like to continue on with a counselor, we've made provisions in the insurance plan so you can continue that care with that counselor. You wouldn't have to change. So I know at the lunch social, a lot of you asked about housing, and I want to talk to you a little bit briefly today. So here's the thing in Bologna. Those of you who have already studied at the University of Bologna probably already know this, or you may have heard, finding housing in Bologna is becoming increasingly competitive. SAIS students have it a little, it's a little bit more challenging because most of you will only be here for 10 months, and a lot of you don't speak Italian. So while we don't offer, we don't have an apartment or a building that we manage where we can give you an apartment, we do help you 50% of the way, right? So we will, over the summer, here's the thing. The moment you matriculate into SAIS, your inbox is going to be flooded with information from me. A lot of it is going to be about housing. So different resources, different companies that we work with. We have a list of companies that evolve each year. And these are companies that we've identified as being friendly to SAIS students. So they'll work with you with a 10-month contract. And they know your schedule and they know your needs. As you're making your plans to come here, it's safe if you budget for 700 to 900 euro a month, including utilities, while you find your housing. Is there a chance that you'll find something cheaper? Of course, and then you're under budget. You have some extra money set aside. Otherwise, that will give you the flexibility you need to make a housing decision that's best for you. Some highlights of the entities that we work with. This summer, we are going to have a division of the student hotel opening here. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with this brand. This is a European company that has hotels all throughout the continent. Specifically, they have one very close to us in Florence, and it is a beautiful, chic hotel that also serves as a student residence. So we will be partnering with them this year to offer accommodations to students at a discount. And it's very much within that budget that I just mentioned. So if you're planning on arriving very late into September, this is a great way to secure a room that's comfortable and private and, with all of the amenities in the world, including a pool and gym. That definitely keep that on your radar, but that's a good option. We have a property manager named Salvatore who has worked with our students for over 30 years. So if you wanted a more private apartment situation, he's an option, as well as some of the other companies that we'll have listed. This is all, it's December, so we have a long time to think about this, but I just wanted to get you, I wanted to give you the idea that we do provide help for you. It's just you have to do your part in researching and really prioritizing what you want, but you'll all be able to find housing. It's also worth mentioning that each year I survey students, not only when they come in to see what they want in terms of housing, but also in the mid-year point. And almost all students are satisfied with the choice that they've made. So there's a lot of ways to find an apartment here in Bologna. You just have to choose one. And then in terms of getting involved on campus, we have quite a few different opportunities. So the first is with kind of our more structured organizations that we have here. Each year we have around 20 student organizations of all different types of focus and topics and interests. So a lot of the student organizations that we have on campus are career-based, for professional interests. But this year we also have an art club and a cheese and wine club, and we have a student diversity coalition that has just started this year. So we really give you the opportunity to pursue whatever interest you have. So if you were coming to SAIS next year and you see a club, you think that there's a need that's not being addressed by the clubs that we already have, we have a process to start your own. So whatever you want to make of it, you can. You also have the option of running for student government. We do a 2-tier election process, which means that whether you are participating in our preterm or are coming for the academic year, you have a chance to be a part of student government as well. In terms of your experiences that you can pursue within the Bologna community, there's quite a few as well. The first is we are so lucky to be so close to such a huge university as the University of Bologna. So, there's a lot of entities of the University of Bologna that have frequently partnered with our students and our student organizations over the years. Secondly, a really cool opportunity that when you come back in September that I advise you to pursue is called Dine Home. And this is an opportunity where you go online, you pay, I think, 20 euro, and they'll match you with a family here in Bologna who wants to improve their English and just really kind of have a student over once a week to be able to cook for and just entertain. So you pay a one-time flat fee. I believe it's 20 euro. They just implemented that this year due to the demand of this service. And then you're paired with basically a host family that you don't live with. So they'll cook for you, they'll entertain you. A lot of them have children. So that's been a really popular activity for our students. And I think especially if you feel homesick while you're here, it's a good way of having a connection outside of the school. And that's really the theme, is that while you're here, you are studying in the backdrop of one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. There are so many opportunities at your fingertips. You have, I believe, 60,000 university students literally right next door. And what that means is with just a little bit of initiative on your part and putting yourself out there, you can really make your outside of classroom experience robust and nurturing and supportive, so that, and when we find that students do that, we see that they have a much more balanced year. So that's, as you make your decisions about where to study and coming here, just know that you have this huge university town at your disposal, and that's really an asset. Do you have any questions before I bring the student? Well, actually, no. Let me pull the student government up. I'll let them introduce yourself, and then you can ask all of us questions, so you get a full perspective.
Hey guys, so I met a couple of you guys down at the lunch, but for those I didn't, my name's Kim Jasmine. We are both on SGA. I am president of SGA. I'm also a master's student here doing 1 year in Bologna, and then my second year in DC. I am a Latin American studies concentration.
Hi, my name is Moritz. I'm also part of the SGA, but not the president. I'm also doing 1 year here in Bologna, second year in Washington, DC. I'm also a concentrator in the Latin American Studies program, but there's also the option of diversifying according to your interests.
So do you have any questions about student life, or kind of more of the events that we do, ways to get involved, housing? Oh, go for it. Okay.
Hello. As I've mentioned earlier, I'm a student in the University of Bologna. As you mentioned, that there is a massive university right next to you with a population of 60,000 students all over the world, and probably the oldest university in the world. So how does SAIS stand out when there is an university right next to you? Like, from a student's perspective, how do you say that yes, we stand out?
So I'd quickly start. So I have a friend here, for instance, she's taking courses here and at University of Bologna. And one of the differences, the attention that you get from faculty here, the size of the classes, the kind of classes that you can take here. Just an example is Risk in International Politics and Economics, taught by Professor Jones here. My friend says I'm also in that class. It's a unique class that's not offered at University of Bologna. And the opportunity to spend the second year in Washington, D.C. is also special. I mean, I guess there are study abroad possibilities, but I'm not sure they have Washington, D.C. And it's not, in any case, it's not an integrated program. So that would be my answer.
I will say, in terms of social life and, hanging out with those at Unibo, a lot of your experience and your interaction with Unibo is going to be what you make it. So, and I think Gabby spoke to this a bit, but a lot of it is you kind of diving into the culture around you and kind of meeting those at Unibo. We actually have a lot of Unibo students who tend to come to Julia's Cafe downstairs. And also most recently to one of the Beeper events. We actually had a whole host of them come to our Beeper events. As far as standing out in the community, I think obviously one of the big things that does make us different is we're an American institution by default, right, here in Italy. So we definitely are known in this community. What makes us stand out is those interactions we tend to have with Unibo, which you'll get plenty of experience here, and especially if you put yourself out there.
And I think from a student life perspective, I can't really so much talk about the academics and the faculty. I think our admissions team will do a wonderful job of, talking about what makes us stand out from that perspective. What I can tell you is we have a student community of around 180 students each year. And I think that in my office and, the work that we try to do with student government is to really cultivate a tight-knit community. And obviously that happens naturally most of the way because a lot of the students who are here speak limited Italian. So while you're here, this really does become your support system, your support network, your home, so to speak. But I think what also makes us stand out is that we have a really tailored supportive service here for students when they arrive. So, I mean, I know every student by name, and I could tell you where they're from, what they're studying here, some of their interests, and I think that one-on-one kind of heightened personal connections that we have here, you wouldn't find at any large research institution that's above 40,000 students. So I think that it's really a really close, intimate community here. That's it.
Do we have any questions online or? Okay. One of the questions I get a lot of times is, I'm flying in from India, or I'm flying in from the United States. What is it going to look like when I come to campus and look for housing?
Well, the good thing is, like I said, we really do a good job of making sure that you have a lot of information throughout the summer, not just right before you arrive, but really as soon as May, once you matriculate. So I think wherever you're coming from, what my goal is to make sure that you have a good idea of what the housing search is going to look like before you even arrive. And I say that because it's really important that one of the jobs that I will do is give you all of the information I can about the Bologna housing market and some tips and tricks in order to find housing as smoothly as possible. What you have to do on your end is prioritize what you want. Do you want an apartment that is close to school? Do you have a very strict budget and you need an apartment that's within that budget and nothing else? Do you really want to live alone? You don't care where you live, you just want to live in your own apartment. And I think, having that conversation with yourself and really making sure to read and digest the information that we give you, you'll arrive here from wherever knowing, okay, I'm getting here. It sounds like the student hotel is a good option for me. I'm arriving in September. Gabby told me that the busy time to get housing is in September, and I just want to make sure I have a clean, comfortable room to myself that's under €1,000. I'm going to book there and not have to worry about it. Or you're saying, no. I really want that authentic Italian apartment experience. And I have some flexibility with time in the summer, so I'm going to follow Gabby's advice and really make sure I do preterm. That way I knock a class out, and also I'm arriving at a time when Bologna is fairly empty. So I'm beating these 60,000 students who will be coming here looking for housing. You could say, look, I have a big budget. I want to come and I want to really get a feel for the city before I make any decisions. So I'm going to make sure to book myself a hotel for a week or two just to make sure I have somewhere to sleep each night while I look for housing in peace. So I think whatever your individual situation is, that will greatly inform what your housing search looks like. What we'll do on our end is give you so much information before you come, and then when you arrive, we'll have actually some of those housing representatives here on campus to meet with you individually.
I have two questions. Okay, the first one is that if it's possible, I think this is to join like several clubs, but be active just in the ones that interest you a lot, and in the others not be like super active working on organizing things, but just participating in some activities or going to some conferences. And also, like, I got the sense that here in Bologna, like, all of the students, faculty are like a family, which is something that I like a lot. And I was wondering how different it is from DC. How is it there?
So I will say, in terms of clubs, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for you to be as active as you would like, or as inactive as you would like. And I'll be honest, in terms of work, this is grad school, unfortunately. So it does get a bit overwhelming. I don't know how many clubs you would be able to be active in. So something where you're like kind of active, inactive makes sense, because realistically, with your schoolwork, there's so many things that SAIS offers on top of school. Like, your days are not going to be just classes. It's going to be beeper speaker presentations, a dinner with a teacher. It's going to be aperitivo or a coffee chat. Like, you're going to have so many different things pulling you that you won't be able to divide or to put most of your attention towards one club or something like that. With that being said, the clubs do offer other opportunities and other outlets and avenues that's not just school. So for instance, Student Diversity Coalition, we're having a karaoke night. The other time, I think we sold samosas downstairs in Julio's Cafe, and that was fun. We played some music, had a grand old time. And then again, the events that we host as SGA. So, for instance, Thanksgiving, over this past weekend, and the Halloween party, which was also a lot of fun. There's going to be multiple outlets for you to have for that. In terms of the tight-knit community and in comparison with DC, I think this is a part I really do want to highlight, because being in Bologna is such an advantage, even if it's just for 1 year in comparison. I will say, when I moved here, this was actually my first time in Europe, period. I've only been in the Western Hemisphere, and the type of lifestyle you have here in comparison with America is different. The benefit of doing this first is you really get to make those connections first, not only with other students, but with teachers, with faculty, with people here in Italy. Like, you guys will make the connections, friends, and meet people that you would not get the opportunity to meet in the States. And I think it's really nice to help you frame your grad school experience, not only for now, but also later on when you guys are continuing to network and using that to find jobs. So when you get to DC, I can't say entirely because I haven't been to DC yet. I haven't lived in DC. I've been a couple of times, but I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm from upstate. I'm from New York. The atmosphere is going to be a little bit more towards the work side, right? So you're definitely going to go back to DC like, oh, I miss Bologna. Oh, I miss aperitivo. Man, I could use a spritz right now. But it'll still be great, right? There literally will be a crowd of just Bologna people, sitting down, enjoying themselves and just hanging out. So those connections you make here it's going to be a lot different. So definitely, again, Bologna is great. You have that great experience. DC is going to be a little bit more different because it's more fast geared towards your work and towards school and internships.
I'm just going to add 2 quick things. I think there's no need to commit to anything at the beginning of the year. You can join activities and events organized by clubs, even if you're not a formal member, even if you never expressed interest. As you said, this can be movie screenings, dinners, whatever. They'll actually be happy if you show up and contribute. Second part is regarding DC. I think everything that I've heard so far is that it's a larger community. It's a little bit more difficult to relate to everybody. So I would definitely second what you said about being a tight-knit community, being a family here. And what I will say is that it was really easy to make connections here. So you arrive, if you do preterm, with 100 people, if I'm not mistaken, roundabout, and then the rest comes in September. And you have a lot of events, you have a lot of opportunities during Welcome Week to make these connections. And you grow together as a student body. So that's definitely right what you said.
I'm going to ask 2 questions. These are also questions that come up a lot via email. You talked a little bit about preterm, and I know that some of our professors had brought that up. I don't know if either of you, the panelists, were here for preterm. If you can talk a little bit about what that experience was like, what you did and sort of how that worked. And also, as both of you are non-Italians, I would be curious to hear if you could share your experiences, what it's been like to be a non-Italian national living in Bologna. What have you done to get to know the community a little bit better?
So I did do preterm. I will say I only took intensive Italian, and that's just because mainly I didn't want to overwhelm myself with economics course over just a month and being here my first month. Also, I was really interested in walking around the street and knowing something because Italian was really hard. But I enjoyed preterm a lot. I don't regret it at all. I know one of the things they do push is to come to preterm so you can get acclimated before school, and it really helps. I mean, as far as knowing where everything is, if I had to figure everything out living situation-wise, including learning Italian, and as the semester was starting with 5 classes, it would have been very, very overwhelming. So I am grateful for the preterm experience. That was also when I met a lot of people and became very social, especially since the classes weren't so overwhelming. We only had like intensive Italian or economics and like an Italian class. We were able to go out all the time and explore the city. We took a couple of trips to, a trip to Cervia, which is the beach on the East Coast, right? Yeah, on the East Coast next to Ravenna and stuff like that. And people were able to go to like Florence and Venice. When the school semester starts, it's going to be just a little harder, realistically. So I definitely encourage preterm. If you are not Italian, if this is your first time in Italy, if you don't know the language, it's going to be a learning curve, but don't be scared is what I would say, is try to embrace it as much as you can, because again, the experience is what you make it. As far as a non-Italian speaker especially, I am fortunate that I speak Spanish, so Spanish and Italian worked out. So I kind of just walked around speaking Spanish and hoping everyone would understand me, which for like 60% of the time it worked. So that worked for me. I will say the intensive Italian helped. I also started taking, there's free classes in Italian at La Bas, which is literally like across the street. And they do it it's a community center. So that's what I've done to get out. There's also a Facebook group, which is Tandem Language, which has been very useful. A lot of the students have used it. It's not only a way for you to interact with people who speak literally any other language, in not just Italian, I mean French, Spanish, German. You can find anyone who speaks any language on there. But it's also a great way to make friends. So I also made a friend who doesn't speak Italian either, so that didn't work out. But she is learning Italian like I am. She's actually from South Africa, and I was able to meet her. She doesn't go to school here. She's actually integrated into the community, and through her I met more friends, and it started getting out of that SAIS bubble, which is also what I recommend if you want to have a good experience. Beyond that, I also recommend the Dine Home. I unfortunately didn't do it because I'm just way too busy and it would have overwhelmed me, but a lot of students have been able to get out like that, and I've heard nothing but good experiences. So I would recommend doing those opportunities to get out of your SAIS bubble.
Okay, so being honest, the first time that I heard about preterm and its cost, I was a bit, concerned about my budget. I do want to stress at this point that even if you choose to arrive in September, the integration will be seamless, essentially. I mean, for the majority of people, I don't even remember personally whether they've been part of preterm or not. But having said that, for me, it was a really good experience. You get the chance to sort of figure out how grad school works, how especially an American institution works. I don't know whether you guys have been working in recent years, so you have a chance to readapt to life at university, and you have more space to choose other classes during the 4 semesters or 2 semesters that you're gonna spend here. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, community involvement. I personally was planning on joining a sports club, but then I got stopped by an injury. But how I sort of feel part of the community here is I go to bars, restaurants, and cafes in my neighborhood, and speaking Italian definitely helps. My Italian is not super good, but it's enough to get by. I would definitely recommend for you to take at least survival or intensive Italian. I'm taking Italian, the intermediate level here right now. At that point, the language education really is great. The language faculty does a great job, so I do recommend that. Yeah, so that's sort of really basic. And if you hang out at Giulio's on Fridays, not only during between your courses, you actually get the chance to meet people from Unibo as well. There are other opportunities. There's live music in a couple of bars here in Bologna. You'll probably notice. So you necessarily, if you put yourself out there, you'll necessarily meet people. And if you know some Italian, then you can have a good laugh or even have a basic conversation. So that helps.
Are there any questions online? Okay, maybe one more question I'll throw out to the students before we maybe take a little bit of a break before the last panel. If you could give advice to yourself before you came here, what would that be? Something that you would tell the students that you wish you had known that would have maybe made you hit the ground. I know Gabby does an excellent job through her communications over the summer, but some advice to the students as they prepare for graduate school and potentially coming to live here in Bologna.
You know, this doesn't apply to me, but I've noticed it. I will say, read your emails. That is, I'm sorry. That's like my biggest thing, because I can't stress enough how many do not read each and every email, especially that Gabby sends, and then come to Bologna not having certain things or forgetting certain things, especially in the terms of housing. 99.9% of your life will be better if you read your emails. In terms of me, things that I wish, I do wish that I didn't freak out about housing that much. It's really not as a detriment as it may seem over the summer, especially coming from the United States. I will say on my end, I think the culture in the United States is that you know exactly where you're living months before, or at least a month before. Unfortunately, especially if you're in another country, that's just not possible, but it's okay. You're going to find housing, you will be somewhere, and you will, make a great experience. Beyond that, I wish I looked into Italian a little bit before I came, like just not so much like fully dived into like a whole book or something like that, but at least looked up key phrases like, how to say hello, how to order coffee, or like I had a problem where I needed to get a phone, my service hooked on, and I walked into Baki and I was just like pointing at the phone, and the man was like, I have no idea what you're saying to me. So I wish I knew a couple words in that regards, especially if you don't plan on taking Italian. In regards to stuff to bring, I will say that I wish I knew as well. Like, I wish I brought hair products because they don't work for me here. Unfortunately, they don't have everything I need, and my favorite spices. But that comes from the cultural Haitian in me that I needed spices that I couldn't find here, which makes sense because this is not the Western Hemisphere. But beyond that, there is winter here. That's another thing I made a mistake of. I did not bring enough clothes for winter. I thought this was Florida in comparison, because I'm like, oh, it's a panhandle. It's the same thing. Nope, it's cold. Bring clothes. Bring a lot, and professional clothes.
So you took away a lot of my talking points. I'm good in terms of hair products. I didn't have any issues. I will say, do read the emails. That's very good advice. But on the other hand, do not worry too much. So if you're a person who tends to think a lot about, which classes am I going to take? Which concentration do I want to be a part of? How is housing going to work out? There are a lot of great resources here at school. You can talk to Gabby anytime. You literally just walk in her office. 4 out of 5 times that you walk past it, she's going to be there and she's going to wave at you and ask what you need. Is that right?
The 5th time's the bad one, yeah.
No, I mean, the 5th time you're at lunch, so. The same about what classes or concentration you're going to choose. You're going to have an academic advisor. There's going to be ample time to talk about that, to discuss that. There's even the chance to, switch it later during your studies. So that would be my basic advice. Do read the emails. Do prepare to come to SAIS and to come to Bologna, but also don't worry too much. A lot of the things are actually easier solved having the direct contact with the people who actually know how it all works here at SAIS. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. So
yeah, just to wrap up and reinforce what Kim and Mo just said to you, I think that I've talked to many of you, and you're from all over places in Europe mostly, but I think the biggest piece of advice I could give you as you come here, yes, please read. I put a lot of effort into these emails, but more so that, like I said, you're going to be studying amidst this backdrop of a beautiful European city. And I think that there are so many opportunities to be found in an environment like this. And I see, throughout the fall semester, I see students really struggle with this want to import their their home life here. So whether you're American or you're coming from, how do I replicate an American life here in Bologna exactly the way I would have had it if I was going to school in Washington or New York or wherever? And I think that, there are certainly some things that you do want to have here. You want to have the comforts of home. Spices are great to have, if you want to make some comfort food from home that maybe is not addressed by Italian cuisine or personal care products. Those make sense. But if you just open yourself to just going with the flow here and really kind of absorbing what you can from this experience, you'll save yourself a lot of time and energy and frustration, first of all. But number two, you'll have such a rich, robust experience that when you get to the end of the school year in May, you'll have nothing but memories of a really great year that's gone by way too fast. So, as you make this decision, just consider that you're going to have a great time here. You're going to have a great time. So let yourself do it. Okay. If you have any questions, you'll have my information here. I'll be at the aperitivo for a little bit if you want to talk one-on-one, and then I'm sure Daniela can give you my information as we move forward. So thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I want to thank our panelists. We're going to go through a brief intermission just to give you about 5 minutes or so to stretch your legs before our last panel. Okay. Thank you. Okay, everybody, this is the beginning almost of the end. You've been with us all day. We know that you're tired, but we promise that we have a fun aperitivo at 5:30 downstairs at Julio's Bar, where you'll have the opportunity to meet with students. And then for those of you who still have energy, at 6:30 tonight, there's a special panel, a special talk with the former Prime Minister of Romania, Mihai Răzvan Ungureanu, at 6:30 downstairs in the auditorium. So for those of you who haven't had a chance to speak yet, my name is Daniela Coleman. I'm the Director of Admissions and Recruiting, and I'm joined with...
Hi everyone, my name is Amina Abdiwahab and I'm the Assistant Director of Student Recruitment and Admissions here at SAIS Europe.
Great. So you've met with faculty, you've met with students, you've heard about the life here, you've heard about careers. Now you're probably wondering about the admissions process and financial aid. So this is the moment. We want your questions. So we want to give you the opportunity to ask anything that's on your mind. I'm going to ask my colleague, Minda, to go around the room. So please feel free to ask us any questions that you have. This is your moment. We want to answer anything that we weren't able to answer and demystify the application process. So who's got the energy? First question. Come on, guys. Okay, yes.
Thank you. I have a very specific question. So I took the TOEFL 2 times because first time I was super sick.
Okay.
And you registered both. So my question is, are you going to do the average or you're going to consider the super amazing second score that I got? Thank you.
So you took the TOEFL twice and you asked to have the scores sent to us twice. Yeah? So we'll consider the best score. Yeah? Okay.
In line with that, for those of you who are non-native English speakers who have not studied in an English-speaking country, you need to submit the TOEFL or IELTS. The TOEFL minimum score to apply must be 100. The IELTS, the minimal score has to be a total of 7. So that's really, really important. If you don't have those scores, they have to be valid within the last 2 years as well.
Do we have to take IELTS if we studied in an English program?
It has to be in an English-speaking country.
Okay.
So if you studied at the American University of Paris in France, doesn't count.
No.
Yeah, but this is a good thing.
Hello. So, in terms of reapplication, can you guide us the steps which needs to be considered? And it is also mentioned in the website that reapplicant have to go for a shortened version of application. So, what exactly does this shortened version mean?
Right.
And the steps, please. Thank you.
Sure. So what that means is that you will need to submit transcripts that you submitted last year. You will need to submit one letter of recommendation and a new statement of purpose. Yeah. This time for the statement of purpose, you will have about 1,000 words as opposed to the 600 that you had the first time you applied. And in that statement of purpose, you want to highlight why you're reapplying, what has changed since the last time you applied. Yeah. So that's what the shortened version essentially means. In the case of those who took the TOEFL or the IELTS, of course, they don't have to resubmit those scores as well.
There was a question here. Yeah.
So just going back to TOEFL, and then I just want to clarify. So for the students who've studied in American University in the US, do they need to submit this TOEFL score?
No.
Okay, that's nice.
India is considered one of the national languages in English, so as an Indian national, you do not need to submit the TOEFL.
Any other questions?
Yes, okay.
Are scholarships cumulative, so you can have more than one scholarships, or there are boundaries to the...
Right. So you can accumulate external scholarships with SAIS scholarships. So for those who are not familiar with our scholarship process, you apply for a scholarship as you submit pretty much your application for financial support. In fact, the form is actually embedded in the application for admission. That form will enable you to be considered for SAIS funding. In most cases, you will have to follow up with documents as well, with tax documents, and you will see the instructions on the actual application form as you fill it in. If you receive an external scholarship, you can absolutely add it on top of the SAIS scholarship. Now, we do ask for applicants to let us know if they do receive external scholarships. Our funding goes only towards tuition. It never covers living expenses. And we just have to make sure that the applicant, the student at that point, it doesn't receive more than is required to attend the year.
I'll just also add to what Amina said, and this is obviously, we understand that many of you are coming from education systems where potentially the cost of graduate education costs a lot less than a SAIS education. And we're American, we're private, and we know that, we are maybe more expensive than many of the programs that you're looking at. You're thinking of graduate school, you're thinking an investment in yourself. This is one of those few investments over the course of your life that actually appreciates over time. As you look at our literature, you notice that about 95% of our graduates end up in positions all over the world in over 140 countries. And so this is a long-term investment. And so as you think about putting your application together, remember, if you're applying to a program at SAIS Europe, there's no cost for the application. It's only your time. So we do encourage you to put the effort into the application, the letters of recommendation, but also think financially about how you would make this work. Now, a competitive student to SAIS can maybe get about half tuition, sometimes even 2/3. There will most likely be a gap in funding. And so we strongly encourage you, on our website, we have a full list of external sources of funding. Read it, look into it. Many of you may come from governments that actually give funding for students to go abroad. It is doable. It is not just a program for rich students. We have students from all socioeconomic backgrounds. We have students from all different countries with different GDPs, but it does require a little bit of planning. So you will most likely need to come up with to bridge the gap, and there are different ways to do that. So my advice to you is, if you're interested in applying for financial aid with SAIS, do it. Look at also external sources of funding, and many of them have application deadlines that are well in advance. Some students may go into savings, some may go into loan schemes, and there are opportunities for on-campus employment. It's a nice way to subsidize part of your living costs. But do plan in advance. It is doable, it just requires a little bit of organization on your part.
For those of us who studied in non-English speaking universities,
yes,
and thus got transcripts that are not in English, are there any requirements for the translation of the transcripts?
Yes, we do need transcripts to be in English. Consider that we receive applications from people all over the world, and you want to make sure that anyone reading your application, whether or not they speak the language, you might have a transcript in Spanish or in French or in Italian, and most likely there will be a French speaker or an Italian speaker in the committee, but you want to make sure that anyone who reads your dossier does understand, and we do require all transcripts to be in English. Most universities nowadays do provide transcripts in English, so maybe you just want to ask your university's registrar's office if they have an English version of your transcripts. Otherwise, you want to have them translated by a sworn translator.
I'll also add to what Amina said. We are familiar with the education systems of every single country. So we know that some countries inflate grades and other countries are a little stricter in their grading, so don't worry. We understand what that means. We're familiar with all education systems. I would say we also understand with letters of recommendations that in some cultures, using big words like amazing and great is very, while other cultures tend to be a little more conservative in their language. And so we're also familiar with those cultural nuances. So don't worry about that. I would just say be organized. If you know that getting grades and transcripts is going to take a few weeks from your registrar's offices, you want to plan in advance. The same thing with the recommenders. I didn't get a question yet from the recommenders. If you're going to ask your professors or supervisors, give them time to write their letters of recommendation in English and let them know that you're applying to Johns Hopkins and not Georgetown. But you also obviously want to prep them a little bit, let them know what courses you took or some of the things that you did if you were doing an internship. But definitely give them the heads up, because it does take them obviously to write a fabulous letter of recommendation. It does take them a little bit of time as well.
And among the documents that we need to submit for the application, I heard that there is also an essay to write. Do you give us the topic? Can we write about everything we want? Can we take an essay that we wrote previously? How does it work?
Sure. So the analytical essay is one of the documents indeed that you have to submit. It's a 600 words essay on a topic of your choice. Yeah. So you choose a topic. Can be a topic of national or international affairs, and you, in those 600 words, you have to analyze the topic and provide some sort of policy recommendation. Yeah, we don't recommend using a past papers, because you probably end up wasting a lot more time editing a past paper, which was probably more than 600 words, than to write from scratch. Yeah, so you can probably be inspired by a topic that you researched on in the past, but I would recommend writing it from scratch, because the idea, the purpose of this document is to show two things. Yeah, your analytical ability and your ability to write in English, and you have 600 words. So you have to choose your words carefully, and starting from scratch, sort of starting anew, would be the best way to do it.
I'll also add to what Amina said. You can start an application now. We actually, tomorrow, if you're all going to apply by January 7th, I want you actually to start familiarizing yourself, and you can start with a login and a password. Remember, if you go in, you save it, you go back. We want you to be familiar with this application. We don't want you starting an application a week before it's due and then freaking out because for some reason your computer has crashed and you can't submit it. So familiarize yourself. Go into the application. Maybe you don't have, begin thinking about those letters, lining up your recommenders. Regarding the recommenders, when you go into your application, you actually have to put their emails in. And so you want to do that in advance so they get an email prompt, because you're not going to see that letter that they're going to submit. So you want them to get that document in advance. And so an application, there are many pieces to it. So, I always think it's best to do a little bit every day. Don't leave it to the last minute, because you really want to take the time to make sure that they're not careless errors, or that you really feel good about the final product that you submit, because once you click the submit button, then we get it and you can't access it afterwards.
I would like to ask you 3 questions in a row. I'm sorry about that. So the first one is, according to you, what will be a perfect ideal applicant in terms of skills, personality, or also a question that I would like to connect to this one is how personal we can be in our essays. And that's the first question. The second question is on-campus employment opportunities. So my best friend studied here 2 years ago, and he told me he had the opportunity to work both here and in DC. And in my case, I previously had experiences as an Italian teacher in the US, so I will ask you if that's an opportunity, given the fact that we are in Italy, or as an assistant, I mean. And the third question is, when are you going to interview us, as long as you are going to contact us and we cannot schedule the appointment with you? Thank you. Sorry about the 3 in a row.
Yeah, I'll start with the third one, the easy one, yeah? So after you submit your application, we will reach out to you to schedule an interview. The interview can be in person or over the telephone or Skype. Yeah. In January and February, we will be traveling to a number of European cities and also going to Washington, D.C. and New York for interviews. Obviously, we'll have interviews in Bologna. But the majority of the interviews will take place over Skype. And what we do is that we get in touch with you with a proposed date and time, and we ask you to confirm if you're available. If you're not available, you obviously let us know, and we'll find a more suitable date and time that will work. So that's the interview.
I'll just highlight, we realize that we have candidates that are applying everywhere from Brazil to China and everywhere in between. Don't worry. I tend to wake up early and go to bed late, so no matter where you are, we will interview you.
And the other question was about on-campus jobs. So yes, there are a number of jobs on campus. They range from jobs in the library, jobs as research assistants, teaching assistants, jobs in administrative offices. So they vary. Now, these jobs are advertised on our intranet, usually around September, when everyone is here, so that anyone who wants to apply gets a fair chance to apply. Specifically in your case, you could look into whether the language program will be hiring an Italian TA, which they usually do. This is someone who is obviously a native Italian speaker, who will do conversation classes with their classmates. And you've heard a lot of people today talk about preterm and how Italian is offered during the month of preterm. And for those students who take preterm but don't necessarily want to continue with Italian during the regular academic year, they might want to take another language. They can continue with the teaching with the TA sessions, so as not to lose the Italian that they picked up during preterm.
And I'm going to take that first question. What makes a perfect application? There's no such thing as a... Oh, I did, but in general, there's no such thing as a perfect application. Look, you're human beings. We realize that we take a holistic approach when we look at an applicant. So I would say to you is, there are different parts to an application. There's the grades, there's the experiences that you've had, maybe those internships for some of you that have had full-time employment, letters of recommendation. Then there's the essays about yourself, the personal statement, about 600 words, why you want to go to graduate school, where you see yourself going. And then there's obviously the aspect about the academic part, the paper that you submit. There's not one person that makes a decision on your application. You are interviewed, but your application is also read by our committee members. And we realize that some of you may have certain strengths. Maybe some of you were excellent students, but have no internship experience. Or some of you have been out of school for a number of years. Maybe you've worked in the Peace Corps, you're coming back from maybe a job on the market, and maybe you're an average student, but you have some very, very interesting work experiences. And some of you are a combination of both. What I would say is we really look at all aspects. Obviously, if you haven't had a lot of internship experience, you've lived less, we're going to be probably looking more closely at your grades. If for some reason in your transcripts there were grades that weren't so great, you could talk about it. I mean, maybe you had a tough semester, maybe there was something going on in your personal life and you want to address it, that's fine. What we want is passion. We want to see people that are coming here with, not coming to graduate school to figure it out. We realize you may not exactly know what you want to do, but we hope that you have an idea of where you want to steer your career. And by coming to us at Johns Hopkins, we're going to give you those skill sets to get to that next level. So in your essay, you're going to tell us, I want to come to Hopkins because this is where I want to go. These are the professors I want to study with. These are the careers I want to do. By being a student at your school, I'm going to get there. You need to convince us the contribution that you would make as a student here. How are you going to change the world? And each of you has your own story, and that's what we want to read. And what makes a perfect IDEV application? So for those of you that are interested in the Masters of Arts program, you can particularly choose any concentration. The only time that it's binding is the IDEV. That's a closed number. So if you want to do international development, you have to put that as your first choice. We do look for applicants that have demonstrated experience in either a developing country or have worked with organizations that have had demonstrated experiences in development. Obviously, econ is important, so you don't need to have had principles of micro and macro to apply. It is a condition, though, to be enrolled. So for some of you, for some of those programs, Masters of Arts in Maya, you can apply without the econ, but if you are admitted and you don't have it, your letter would be a conditional letter of admission. And one way to meet those requirements is to take our online course that we offer in the spring, and that is one way to do it. But for those of you that are interested in IDEV, we obviously are looking for applicants that have either had demonstrated experience, whether it's through internships or through past work experiences in international development, or individuals that are maybe coming from countries of international development where, and of course, bearing in mind that if you do IDEV, you need, there is a language requirement. You need to do either Arabic, French, Portuguese, or Spanish if you do that. Otherwise, all the other concentrations, I think for strategic studies, you have to put that down once you matriculate. But all the other concentrations, if you change your mind, that's fine. And remember, if you're a Maya student, you don't have a concentration. You do need a little bit of econ, but you do have a little bit more flexibility.
The same really goes with IDEV and strategic studies. You can always change. The problem is that you can't go into IDEV unless you indicate it as your first choice. So to be considered for IDEV, you need to indicate it as your first choice, and the admission criteria are the ones that Daniela just listed.
Out of curiosity, has anybody applied early here? Okay, so you've probably had your interviews already. You're about to have them. Okay, so maybe you can tell the other students it's not so scary. Okay, great. Yeah. Just a little, I think I may have seen a hand, but I just want to talk a little bit about deadlines. So we have two application deadlines. There's the early application deadline. So those were the individuals that applied by November 1st. If they applied by November 1st, chances are they've just completed their interview, and they'll find out on December 20th whether or not they've been admitted. The majority of students tend to apply by January 7th. If you are thinking of applying for the January 7th deadline, you most likely will be invited to interview sometime in February, and you would hear on March 6th whether or not you've been admitted. And the only application that's rolling is our Master's in European Public Policy. That's the program that Professor Lee manages. That's a rolling application deadline. So what that means is the second you submit your application, you'll be interviewed right away, usually within 2 weeks. But it also means that if you are admitted, you have to commit by putting down a deposit. So it's the only program that you get admitted to right away, but you also have to commit to right away. The other programs you have until end of April, early May to decide if to commit or not. Okay. Are there any other questions or? Yeah, okay, great. So there and then.
If we don't have the TOEFL yet, till when can we submit the result?
So I would encourage you tomorrow or tonight to go online to see when the test dates are. That's a great question. So the TOEFL or the IELTS are required if you've not done your university degree, your laurea breve or the 3 to 4 year undergraduate degree in an English-speaking country, or where English is the official language of that country. We accept both IELTS and TOEFL. For the French speakers, I know you can look usually in Paris and Lille or in Brussels, they tend to fill up. If you run into a situation where the testing center is only available in January, that's fine. Bearing in mind, it takes about 2 weeks to get the test score submitted. So we will have a little bit of leniency, but if it gets later than mid-January, just let us know and send us an email because that is an issue. I think there, and then.
Yeah, I have a question for those of us who are still in the undergrad but apply now. So will there be offers conditional on achieving a certain grade?
Not on achieving a certain grade necessarily, but obviously on completing your bachelor's degree, absolutely. We don't admit on that kind of condition, no.
Yeah, so we've had some situations in the past where, our official academic year begins mid-September, and you need to have had your degree in hand. You can't say, they're awarding it in December. Then you'll have to just defer for a year. Okay, I think there was a question here on the left.
Thank you. So you mentioned the importance of previous job experiences as well as academic credentials, but how about languages? Like, how do you evaluate foreign languages aside, of course, English and the native language? Thank you.
So the language of instructions of Johns Hopkins SAIS is English. So we want to make sure that you can do graduate school level English. So that's why we have the admissions requirement of the TOEFL or the IELTS. All the non-native English speakers in the room, when you actually get to campus, you will actually have to do an English exam. We call it English proficiency exam, and that's just to certify that you are at a level that you're ready to begin school. We've had some situations in the past where certain students have been required to do English preterm. It's not punishment, but we just feel that a little bit more English writing in particular and speaking could be useful. So some of you, even though you have an admissible TOEFL for the application process, you may be required to do English preterm, but that's a good thing. I don't want anyone to feel like they're being punished. Regarding language abilities, if you're interested in doing a foreign language, when you get to campus, you actually will make an appointment with one of the language instructors. And if you are interested in going into a particular language course and you're not sure what your level of French is or what your level of German is, you actually take those placement exams. And we do that because we want you, some of you may reach proficiency already in that language, and that's great. And you may either want to continue with that language at a higher level, or you may start with a completely different language.
And just to add to that, students who come to SAIS with knowledge of languages do have an advantage. One of the pillars of our program is languages and the study of foreign languages. So if you come to SAIS with knowledge of more than one language that is in your native language, you are obviously at an advantage. Likewise, if you're very keen on learning a new language, then you'll certainly benefit from a program like SAIS. But do highlight, if you have foreign language experience, do make sure you highlight that in your CV, because it is one of the things that we do appreciate.
This morning, Sarah Jalmetti, and her statistics stuck in my mind. I think she said something like 93% of the students here take a language, even though 30% have already met proficiency. So that's really interesting. Hi.
And in terms of CV, is there a specific format that you want or not?
We don't have a format requirement. If you could, however, avoid the European format, which is very difficult to read, and yeah, it's just very long. It would take you about 5 pages to just go through your education, up to university. So if you could just put together a one-pager. We don't have a particular format. You could, if you don't have a CV ready, if you've not written one before, have a look online for different formats, but try to make it a one-pager. Yeah.
I'll just add to what Amina said. I mean, the average age of most of our students is about 25, 26. We have some students that are older. Some students come straight from university. We know that you're ambitious. We know that you've done lots of clubs, and we think that's great. Please, make sure the font is something that we can read. And, we'd love to see what you've done in grammar school, but that's not what we're looking for in this application. We want to just see your university degree, maybe an Erasmus that you've done. If you were very involved in student clubs, by all means, put that down there. But we're really looking for those relevant experiences. Maybe you were a teaching assistant, or maybe you did a summer internship. Don't feel that you have to put every single job you've ever had. One of the things that you're going to learn when you do a CV with Alan is that you want to put together a CV that sort of has a common thread. So even though you may have worked as a cashier in the summer lodge and camp, that's fine. But we're more interested in those experiences that maybe, you did that research for that professor, or maybe you did the stage at the European Commission. Those are things that we look for. And if you don't have a lot of work experience, don't fret. I am sure that you've done some fascinating volunteering that is also very relevant. So do feel free to put that down as well.
I had a question about reference letters. Should they be in a hard copy or just an email? Is it fine?
Ideally, the recommenders submit them over through the application portal. Yeah. So when you open an application, you get to the the recommender section, you will be able to input the details of your recommender, so their name, job, email, and as you press the button that says request letter, they will immediately get an email with instructions on how to submit the letter electronically. Now, that's how about 99% of the recommendation letters are submitted. If you have a recommender who is attached to paper and will only submit a paper reference, then you can have them send us the recommendation letter. But the important thing is that the letter comes from the recommender.
Something else about that. So as Amina mentioned, you do have access to the application now, so that's something that you don't want to wait to the last minute. Start identifying maybe that supervisor that you did that internship, or that professor that you did research with or wrote this paper. Also brief your recommenders. Sometimes they're not familiar with our program, although they should be. But give them some bullet points. Remind them, I was in this class and you gave me these grades on these papers, and tell them a little bit about, maybe, remind them of the program that you're applying to. They're busy individuals, so the more time you give them, I can't tell you, sometimes we're about to do an interview and I'm on Skype and I have to remind the student, your recommender hasn't submitted a letter yet, and that's not your fault. If you don't give them enough time, and I don't want that to be an anxiety point. So the more time you give the recommender, it's just one less thing for you to worry about.
Yeah, and you could even share your statement of purpose with your recommender, so that they have an idea as to what your objectives are, and they have those 500-600 words to read and to truly understand what is driving you, and it can help them write a more powerful letter
in English.
Any other questions?
Do we have any questions online? Do we know about, just to check? Yeah. So we're just going to check online because we do have people calling in. So the application instructions are listed on our website. So if you're not sure, all of our applications ask for the same thing. So we're looking, biographical information, CV, a statement of purpose, an analytical essay, letters of recommendation, transcripts, and a mandatory interview for anybody applying to a program at SAIS Europe. And of course, those test scores, so the TOEFL or IELTS, the GRE is not required. My advice here is, if you happen to be a very good test taker, especially on that quant section, by all means, feel free to submit it. We are not going to penalize you if you don't. We do like to see a little bit of math, so we'll look at those transcripts. But again, if you happen to be a classics major, we're not going to hold it against you. Actually, I'm smiling because there was a classics major at Cambridge and you got here, so you're fine. We have students from all different backgrounds, and obviously we like the diversity, and I think you can reassure the classics majors of the humanities that it is doable to do the econ. Yeah. Okay, so we do, if you just that econ, if you haven't had the basic econ courses, don't worry, but it will be a conditional admit. Okay, so I think on that note, if there are no more questions, it has been a pleasure to get to know all of you. I wish you the best of luck with the application process. It's been a long day, so I think we're going to go downstairs to Giulio's, where we have further students on hand, and we look forward to having a glass of wine with you or juice and enjoying the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.